We live. We just wait for our guy to join the show. Episode 95 in this mofo. You know what I mean? Oh, and he's here.
Yeah.
What are you telling me, my brother? How are you?
There, fam. Just, I'm saying. Traveling, fam.
You still traveling now?
Oh, no. I'm at the house. I mean, like, traveling through time and space and...
of course.
In a life way, fam.
Imagine in a life way, fam.
In a life way, fam.
Oh, nah. I'm good, man. I'm good, bro. I took an accidental nap right before this podcast, bro. I didn't even mean to take a nap. It's just it's been one of them weeks, man. Yeah, it's been one of them weeks, man. Like, it's just a tiring week, bro. You know what I mean? Just a very draining one, but...
It's not easy.
Yeah, but we're here, though, man. You know what I mean?
Nah, we here. Nah, we connected, fam. We live.
Yeah, let's hear.
Yeah, I'm saying.
Good fade.
Yeah, nah, we here, fam.
That's what we like to hear. All right, bro. You know the trick. Mute the mic, bro. We're gonna run this intro.
Hold on, my boy.
Yeah. Hey, shout out to Super Life of Real. Drizz OnlyMans podcast. Yeah. OnlyMans podcast. Man, this shit for real. Man, this shit for real. OnlyMans podcast. Say that shit for real. Man, that shit too real. OnlyMans podcast, talking about some man shit. Ain't nobody playing around. These niggas like Marilyn Manson. Damn, man, my diamonds be dancing. Talking about investments, no man shit, yeah. Man shit, yeah. None of that he say bullshit. Whoa. Man shit, yeah. Man shit, yeah. Hey, real man in demand, bitch.
Hey. Yeah. You know what it is. Episode 95. We're here like we never left. You know what I mean? This is the OnlyMans podcast. And as we said, it's episode 95. I'm joined by the illustrious, the masterful, the skillful, the poetic, the ever so thoughtful. You know what I mean? Make sure you make some noise for my guy, Secret Life of Will, in the building. Whoa. You say in the building. Whoa. Yeah. And then, of course, you have myself, Drizz, Drizzy Francis, Young Messiah, YM, Lord Smoke, Lord Poseidon, LS7 Steph, wherever you are calling, yeah? Wherever you are calling.
Mr. Big Stepper.
Yeah, Mr. Moralander, you know what I mean? And this is episode 95 of the OnlyMans podcast. So you know the role already. If you listen on the stereo app, make sure you go to the top of the page, hit the link, go straight to the YouTube page, subscribe that, like up the things them, you know what I mean? I want to big up to all the people who've been subscribing over the last couple of weeks as well. Seeing the growth, you know what I mean? Seeing the comments you lot put on the shit as well. You know, big up to all of you lot. Big L on thing.
Yeah, shout out to that man.
Sorry? Now, don't get caught lacking, don't get caught sleeping, you know what I mean? You don't win the guy that feels the FOMO and all that. So make sure you head over to the YouTube now, subscribe up to that shit, go listen to the shit, get to know the inside jokes and that. So you can, you know what I mean? So you can gang with the man down.
So you can join
listen on YouTube already, then you're already there, man. We say it every week. Just hit subscribe on that shit, you know what I mean?
Subscribe,
Just hit that shit, you know what I mean? But nah, for real, man, big up to all the people, you know what I mean, each and every week that join us, each and every week that go and listen to the shit, man. Again, one thing I am really proud about with this podcast me and my guy have created, you know what I mean, and one thing I do really appreciate is the genuine growth, you know? We ain't trying to whore it out to nobody. We ain't trying to do it to the people that go and rock with it. It's because they want to rock with it, man. So we thank y'all. We appreciate y'all rocking with us. And we going to try to entertain you for another week, man. We can try to entertain you for another week. So shit, man. I
Those
mean,
that are listening, buckle in, strap in, fam. It's gonna be a long 4 hours.
yeah, I have quite a few things written down. To be fair, so
I ain't have that
if you have
much this
anything you
week, to be honest.
say again.
I ain't have that much, to be honest. I had like a couple of things.
Okay, we'll start with
Like
your
a
list
couple
then.
of
Let's
things.
tick off your list because some of your shit might cross
Yeah.
off some of mine too in it. So we'll go for yours and we'll go down.
So, did you hear about your friend?
Who's my friend?
Your friend David Guetta?
David Guetta.
So you ain't heard about
This is
this?
about
You
some
haven't?
shit that he said in an interview.
Nah. This is about like he was doing a set somewhere, or he doing some kind of like a DJ setting somewhere, and then he played a new track that he gonna be dropping. And
Okay.
the first bars, the first lyrics in this new track is, wait, what did it say? I think it was something like, when I was in third grade, I thought I was gay. And then it just keeps going gay, gay, gay until the drop,
Oh
right?
wow.
So
Oh
you're
wow.
like, oh, this is a bit mad, isn't it? Right? And then just before, you see how like in dance music, they have like that thing where they do the build up and then it drops out for a second and
Yeah,
then
yeah, yeah,
the
yeah.
shit drops and you go, right? So like it just the whole build up and it's like gay, gay, gay. So I'm like,
Wow.
oh, I wonder where this is going, right? The whole music drop out and then guess who pops up, fam?
Who's that?
None other than Mr. In fact, sorry, Dr. King, fam. Dr. Martin Luther King himself, fam. Pops up
Wait,
right
what?
there. Yeah, right there, that little intersection where the beat drops out and it goes, I had a dream. And then it goes back to the first bar of the thing again, like, oh, when I was in third grade, I thought I was gay. I said, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Man cut the Dr. King sample for his third grade gay song. That's crazy. That's crazy. You know when like
I
man
said,
was like on
wait
the
a
bridge
minute.
part of his track and he was like, yo, we need certain air in it. Like we need like something to just
What can we
fill this
use?
space.
What
Like
can we
what
use, fam?
what speaks to like gay kids in the third grade, bro? Like what's gonna like resonate with them, you know what I mean?
Easy, fam. Easy, fam. MLK, easy, fam.
That man said
Yeah.
gay's the new black for real in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That nigga
man.
that would have our greatest blacks on the end of his shit, fam. That's crazy, bro.
Man, for a few minutes here, I was a bit baffled. Like, what's happening here? Like, what is, like, at first I was like, is this legit, fam? And then, yeah, it turns out, yeah, it's legit, fam. It's like, yeah, that's the song that he dropped, fam. Yeah. Yeah.
What's the song called?
Ah, blood, I forgot now. Ah, fam, I forgot. But he says it like 3 times, fam.
It's
The
not
song
called When I
called,
Was in the Third Grade, I Thought I Was Gay. That's not what the song's called.
man, I bet you if you type that in, it will come up, fam.
Oh no, it will definitely come up, bro. It'll definitely pause. Hey, yo!
Pause.
Pause, man! Did you hear what he just said?
Yeah, no, Google put it in front of you, fam.
Pause, man! Nah, man,
Pause,
no, man,
man.
pause, man! Hey, yo, man! What
Hey,
the
yo,
fuck was
man.
that?
You hear what he said? You hear what he said?
Pause, man. No, man. No, man.
Yeah,
Pause, man.
man.
You know what? You know
Yeah,
what's
and
funny?
yeah.
When you said that
Uh,
David Guetta thing, I thought you were gonna talk about because there's a guy. It's either Skrillex or Diplo or one of
yeah,
those like
one of them dancing niggas, in one of them
yeah,
dancing
one
niggas.
of those guys basically like an interview of theirs and like whether you call it going viral or whatever, but it sort of started making the rounds in it. And my man in the interview
Yeah,
basically saying like, yo, if you get head from a man, bro, as long as you don't look that nigga in his eyes, that's not gay, fam.
yeah, he's straight.
He was like, nah,
that's
bro. As long as
that's
you
how
don't,
like,
bro, as long as you don't
man.
actually
That's how
look at
like
that nigga, bro, that's not gay, fam. And the poor
man. That's how
interview
like
woman
them
was like,
jailhouse.
huh?
I was gonna say it sound like them jailhouse justifications right there, fam.
Bro, jailhouse rules in effect in it. That nigga said, yo, it's like, yeah, but I probably got
That's cool.
what was fucked up though is
Just
that the
don't
guy
look
said like
at the
I've
nigga, you know what I'm
probably
saying?
got head from a guy before. It's like, bro, come on, stop this bullshit, stop this thing that you're doing, fam. Like, what do you mean probably, bro? Ain't no probably, fam. Because I promise you this, will yeah. If you get into that world, blood, you not gonna like kind of know about it. You're gonna definitely know whether you into that shit or not. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah,
This nigga said, this nigga said in the view, like, yeah, I probably got head from men before, but it's not gay if you don't look at them. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, hey, yo, fam. You know what I mean?
that's like when that's like I can't remember what video I was watching. One of them YouTube kind of videos, and it was like these men that like been jail and that, and it was like, in fact, bro, you might have probably even seen it, fam. He comes up on the shorts all the time, fam. This white dude, fam. And he had, I don't know why he had done, but obviously he went jail for that. I think he was like a supplier or something. But then now he comes out and talks all these stories about like being in jail and being locked up and shit.
He was really
like,
supplying in there, yeah.
Bro, he said, bro, these man, yeah. Like, let's say, imagine you got like a 10-year bid, yeah. There's such a thing as a jailhouse girlfriend, fam. Yeah.
Oh god.
So you'll be in there doing your 10-year stretch or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Another nigga in there might, you know what I'm saying, whatever, y'all connect, however that shit happens. And then, yeah, it's cool. As long as you quit like a couple, I think there was a rule of like if you stop like a month or 2 months before you leave, then you straight.
You got like a grace period for That's crazy. So you can be in there for a good 15 stretch, yeah,
My boy,
breaking backs and getting your back broken, fam. But as long as you stop 6 months before you're supposed to do out, but like that even happens,
he's great. He's great.
Like that's,
It's not even
gay.
real, fam. It's not even real, fam, and it's not gay, fam. Because how can it be gay if it's not real? Do you know what I mean? It's not even real, fam.
And man will stab you to death if you try and insinuate that it's gay. Like, and man will actually kill you.
Yeah.
Oh,
so the nigga that's been overtaking D for 15 years. Yeah, he won't kill you for saying that's gay, fam.
Yeah, but like, don't play with him, bro. Don't play with him. He's institutionalized, my nigga. Like, leave him alone, bro. If he tell you it's not gay, blood, it's not gay, fam. Just allow him in it.
Like, man, don't play all that, fam. Yeah,
because bro,
if anyone asks,
brother, a nigga who's willing to suck a dick and kill a nigga is not somebody you want problems with at all. But leave that nigga alone. That's crazy, dog. See, that's why I can't go to jail, you know. But I'll tell you, sure, I'm not built for none of that shit, bro.
You better hope we don't do crimes together and we all get caught, fam.
Hey, yo, pause, my nigga.
Pause, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, fam. Y'all better hope I don't get caught doing no crimes with y'all niggas. Because I'm be 6'9" and up in that motherfucker, fam.
I tell you what, blood. After the shit that
like
you saying, bro.
On a Sunday.
After the shit that you saying, bro, snitching will be the least of man's problems in it. But like snitching, like, oh no, you can get that off, bro.
I'm telling you, fam. Don't let me get caught doing crimes with y'all niggas. Yeah.
Because I ain't going in there, bro. Cool, I'm not going in there, bro. When that nigga bring me the McDonald's and the Burger King in the interrogation room, bro, I gotta tell him certain, fam, because I'm not doing this gay, not gay thing with y'all in jail, but I'm not doing this gay, not gay thing with y'all in jail, but I'm not doing it, innit?
When they bring the Burger King,
bro, as soon as that nigga bring the Five Guys through, I'm like, I told these niggas this was not a good idea, innit? I told these man that if this shit happened,
isn't it? I had said this, fam. I told these man, like if it went like this, you might as well get them now. I tell you where they are right now.
Yeah, blood. You be telling to the Fed because, like, yo, I told these niggas I ain't going jail for these man. I told them, you know, blood. And the Fed's like, yeah, that's crazy.
Addresses, I've got email addresses, I've got IP addresses. What you need? I've got all the
IKEA addresses. Listen,
Yeah,
bro,
yeah,
I can go and
fam.
find my iPhone right now, bro, and you gonna see where them niggas is right now live, fam. Like, yo, do you want me to
Man,
call them, but
listen,
like, freeway call, yeah?
one of them niggas is sharing their location with me right now, fam. I'm sure I can show you right now, fam.
He don't know he's sharing his location. I put them Apple tags in his fucking pocket, you know what I mean? One of them little Apple tags in his pocket, but he don't know he's sharing his location. But that nigga is
Hey,
right
and
over
you
on
got,
Fifth Street, you know what I mean? Like,
man, you gotta look that nigga right in the eye and be like, wow, they put new sauce in these Burger King burgers. This shit's delicious.
that'd be the best Burger King you ever had in your life. But
Well,
like,
they
bro,
put smoked cheese. This is
yo, what do
good.
they put on this shit over here, fam? Like, the Burger King name, you don't make them like this, but like, that's that snitching ranch in it. The snitching
They
barbecue
put the
sauce in it.
onions
Like,
on there. Oh man.
shit, man. Like, I taste it, you know what I mean? Like, this feel like pure Angus beef, nigga. Like, shit.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, no.
yeah.
Because yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, Will. Yeah, if I have to choose between snitching and being a nigga's girlfriend in jail, I'm going to tell on somebody. Like, I'm just letting niggas know that now in it. Like,
See, because there's only three options, fam. There's only three options, fam. Yeah, it's either you're gonna snitch, in which case, you know what I'm saying, I.
do what you're doing.
Second
Yeah.
second scenario is you check the hit, you go to jail for the man them, you know what I'm saying? Do your thing, and you'll be someone's girlfriend inside there. Or
Yo.
you take the hit, take the time for the man them, and be someone's boyfriend inside there, fam.
Fuck, you know.
That's no,
And there is a difference. And there is a difference. That's the scary thing between being a nigga girlfriend and a nigga boyfriend.
Yeah, because the boyfriend guys are the ones that say, "Oh yeah, if you quit after 2 months and you straight," and yeah, I'm saying, yeah.
And the boyfriend guy also got to defend you from the other guys in prison that want to be your boyfriend.
As well,
like, he got to fight for your honor and kill niggas.
You know what I'm saying? You got to provide out here, fam. Imagine, fam, the dating scene in prison, fam. Like the way that is now working, I would be like, oh yeah, I'll just go on a date with my man. He'll give me food and that. You know what I'm saying?
But man, start acting like bad bees in prison. That's crazy, fam. Man, start acting like Instagram thought he's in jail, blood. Like,
man,
oh my god,
some niggas been doing that, fam.
Bro,
it's ill, fam. You never seen Longest Yard, bro?
You know what? You're right. Now you're right. You're right.
It's not new.
Then I knew this.
You know what I'm saying? Niggas be having their shirt tied up like they Dolly Parton and what them all music videos.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
But yeah, it's not new, dog.
Yeah, they really be living an alternative life out there. Dog. Yeah, so this is just this is a public broadcast, so y'all can hear this shit. Listen, if I have to choose between being Andrina or snitching on one of you niggas, get me the gunner package, please. Get me the gunner package. I'm telling on y'all niggas. Like, that's why I don't promote violence or criminal activity.
Give me the investigator number, give me the judge number, give me the prosecutor number, you know what I'm saying, so we can work out our strategy to get me the fuck up out of it.
Yeah, word, bro. Like, nah. We gotta do something, because I'm not staying in here with these niggas, bro. I'm not doing this, but
because you know how wicked it is, yeah. So it will be like your first day in it, and then you get there. You know what I'm saying? The person will show you where you stay and that and shit. You know what I'm saying? They put you in your room and shit. You know what I'm saying? The cellmate guy's already in there. You know what I'm saying? He probably just calling this shit because he know he not going nowhere. And he's like, yeah, this is your room, blah, blah. They shut the door behind you, you know what I'm saying? And then your roommate turns to you slowly and be like, I like you.
I want you, and I'm going to have you.
Yeah.
Now, we can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way.
You bunking with me, and this rules up in this bitch, man. Like, yeah, every night you got to touch your ankles. No, sir. Listen. So now...
Listen, call my lawyer, bro. Tell my lawyer I'm ready to speak. speak up, man.
another option, yo. There's another option, yo. There's another
Mm.
option. Yeah, the other option is you can fight them, man, every time, fam. Every single time you can just fight them, man, in it. But
I
then
mean,
that's
it's an
predicated
option
on
on the
the fact that
first
you
day,
can
maybe,
win
but
that fight.
I was
Nah,
gonna
nah,
say,
every
bro,
time, bro. Every single time, bro. Bro, listen, it don't matter if I've been in there for a day, 2 weeks, 6 months. Yeah, nah. We fighting, fam. Because there ain't no way I'm gonna voluntarily just be like, all right then, and be out here touching my ankles and shit.
but you see,
We
you
wilding,
thinking
fam.
about it with
We
like,
fighting,
with
fam.
you thinking about it with like free world mentality though, because you thinking, yeah, if I fight these niggas, then at least if I lose, they're gonna be like, right, it's a long fight in a minute. What you don't realize that these men have been behind the wall for like a good 15, 20, bro. You flirting with these niggas, bro. All of that is flirting
Oh
to these niggas,
man.
blood. Like
God damn.
they're like, oh shit,
God
and he like
damn.
fighting too. Yeah, but it's
God damn.
like, oh shit, this thing can get my heart rate going before I bust that thing open, you know what I mean?
Man
Yeah,
say,
no,
yeah,
no,
when
no.
he put that kick up, I was like, yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's like, oh shit, he putting up a fight. Oh shit, he making me work for it, mate.
Yeah,
You
I
know what I
like
mean? Like, yeah, man.
that.
Get me,
See,
tell
that's
my
what I
lawyer
mean,
I'm
fam.
ready to
You
speak.
know what I'm
I'm
saying?
ready to communicate.
They-
You know what? You know what, Mr. Lawyer? All of a sudden, I have a perfect recollection of what happened that night. It's so
I
weird.
know
Like,
exactly, and I can tell you exactly how it went. I mean, minute for minute, play by play.
play
Yeah,
by play.
yeah, minute for minute, play by play. I'm gonna tell you
uh,
how it went down. All right. Nah, I don't
uh,
need no cheeseburger, nothing like that. We scrape. My
blood. I
belly
don't even
was
need a
like,
cheeseburger, bud. Like, nah, nah.
nah,
I'll just get
eat
that when I get out,
that.
bro. Like, listen, this is urgent news, bro. Like, you need to put me in front of a judge or a camera or something. Like, I need to tell
Man,
my truth, dog. Like, you know what I mean?
yeah, I'm saying because the cellmate had said that's rules in the cell, and I don't think I can abide by them rules in that cell. I'm
Yeah, yeah,
just,
yeah. They
just,
talking a whole different language in there, bro. And I ain't talking about words, my
man,
nigga. They speak a whole language that I don't talk in there, bro. So I'm gonna talk on this
I'm
fucking stand. Is what I'm gonna do, bro. I'm gonna speak my truth, bro.
real quick.
Oh
You know what I'm
man,
saying? Be trying to get the God's attention, like, yo, can I have a quick word?
I'm gonna get someone's attention,
Yo,
bro. Yeah, have you
yeah,
ever seen the
just a quick
film?
word.
Have you ever seen the film The Mummy? Like the first one, where there's like a guy
Yeah,
stuck
yeah.
in the tomb and the mummy comes to life, and he's got like the Christian cross, and then you got like the Muslim chain on, and you got the fucking Buddha chain. And he praying to all of them. He's like, yo, whichever one of you niggas is gonna save me,
Like,
bro,
y'all
get me
niggas,
the
one
fuck
of
out
y'all
of here,
niggas
fam,
gotta do
please.
something. One of
This
y'all
shit be
niggas
like,
gotta do something.
yeah, one of y'all gotta hear this, bro. Like, I know one of y'all speak English somewhere up there, fam. One of y'all gotta hear this shit, fam. Get whoever saved me, I'm their brethren, fam. I'm rocking that. Whoever saved me, bro, I'm rocking
Ah,
that.
bro, it's funny that you just said that. I saw something. I mean, this is getting a bit off topic, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, what if these languages that we speak now, not talking about just any specific language, but just like all of them, because they all can be built with like the alphabet system in it, like the Greco-Roman alphabet system, like all of them
Right.
can be sounded out somehow and like built with that shit, right? So what if we speaking the way that we speaking right now is the disconnect? Do you know what I mean? The fact that you have language now, you feel like you can communicate, and so now you're trying to communicate to this higher power that doesn't even communicate like that in the first place,
Yeah, yeah,
which
yeah,
you
yeah,
wouldn't
yeah,
know
yeah,
because
yeah,
we
yeah.
just think language is language and that's how people like communicate in it. But then
Mm,
it's like you've been removed from actually being able to contact that like higher stage of awareness, if you will, by like
yeah,
speaking
yeah.
any language, not just not just like not just English and being like, oh yeah,
Because it's
what's
like
up? Because
you
like
almost like
all of them,
you're personifying God in it. It's like, well, I speak to people like this, so I'm gonna speak to God the way I
yeah,
speak to people because
the
people
way I
understand this.
speak to
I don't
people,
understand it. Where
yeah,
it's like
man.
what you're saying, it's like it may be a whole deeper spiritual type of
Mm.
communication. Like God or whatever we call God might not even like give a fuck about no human words. Do you know what I mean? Like
Bro,
English, Spanish,
it
anything
might
like.
be, bro, it might be wicked as this year. It might be like, you see how people like speak Arabic, yeah? Oh, okay. Now I'll start like this. You see how people speak English, yeah?
Mm.
If you take a sentence in English and reverse it, it like as in like play it backwards, it sounds a
Right.
bit like German, right?
Okay.
It's
Okay.
I don't know if you've ever like I don't know if
I
you've
get
ever
what you
like
mean.
looked
Yeah, I
into
get what
this
you
or heard
mean. I
about
get what
this,
you mean.
but it sounds a bit like German from yeah. So imagine if let's say the Semitic languages are right now in reverse. Yeah. But then the Semitic languages are the languages that we'd use to connect, and communicate with like higher beings, the angels, the gods, or whatever, yeah, etc., etc. But now because that's like flipped, like essentially like the way out is closed off in it. It's
Right.
like the way that you would communicate with these higher entities is like closed off, and now you have to try and use the other stuff like the energy in the body to try and send messages and all that kind of stuff. But it's because like the message that you're trying to send is coming out backwards to them. Like obviously they'll know for sure. Like okay, yeah, like this person trying to say this or whatever. But then it's like because it doesn't go through the portal the right way. It doesn't bring back the right shit, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nah, I get that. To be fair,
yeah.
it's like
Because they even read the opposite way. Do you know what I mean? They read from
right to
left to
left,
right.
innit?
That's the same with like
Yeah.
Japanese. Like, but their languages read from left to right. So there's
Right
something
to
in
left. Do
that.
you mean?
Right, that's the one. Right to left. Sorry, because we left
Yeah.
to right in it. Yeah.
Yeah. Nah, it's interesting, man. It's like maybe a similar thought. Maybe not the same thing, but like a similar thought is almost. You know how if you don't think about breathing, you still breathe, right? Like if you're not consciously thinking about it, or
Yeah.
your heart beats and you're not consciously making your heart beat, but it
That part.
beats. It's like there's a signal, a communication that is sent that your body understands, that the external world understands through your body, and you're not consciously communicating that, but there's still the action being taken. Maybe it's a similar thing to that where it would trying to talk to God in like language, quote unquote, is almost like trying to make your heart beat by thinking about it. You know what I mean? It's like it's as you said, it's like an upside down kind of concept because it's like the way to actually communicate is to get beyond what we call the words. You know what I mean? Is to get beyond because the words is just kind of what you use to communicate with the immediate physical world that exists within. Do you know what I mean? But this other shit, like this idea, even the idea of like God being in heaven and heaven being above us, as in like we look up to heaven and look down to hell. Like even those sort of concepts are like it's not that. Do you get what I mean? It's not as black and white as that type shit. It's like yeah, no, it's interesting, man. It's interesting. Like I definitely could see that.
Nah, languages are, yeah. See, and I also watched another thing that was saying, I don't know if you remember, like a couple of weeks ago or a couple of episodes ago, we talked about how the language is like the operating system.
Yeah.
And then that like basically informs the reality that you then see. So like if you mainly speak in English, then it creates a different reality. If you mainly speak in Arabic, it creates a different reality. If you mainly speak in because the way that you relate to things around you is much different. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, English is a techie language because everything is black and white. Do you know what I mean? There's not like a gray area in the English language, except for saying gray area. But like everything is this or isn't this.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
The gray area stuff is the stuff that like it goes against the rules of the black and white shit, but they just say that's what it is. Do you get what I mean?
No.
It's like fair, and fair, or bare, and bare. It's like it goes against the black and white rules of the English language, but the English language just kind of stuck its middle finger up to the rules and it's like, yeah, we just yeah, it's just what it is, isn't it? Like, fuck it. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm pretty sure I said this last week, but it's incomplete, fam. The English language is incomplete. I said that last week, right? Was that you I was talking to this about?
I don't
It might have been my
know.
mum. No, it was my mum. I remember I was telling her it was my mum.
Right.
The English language is incomplete. The reason why I say that, yeah, is because it doesn't have its own like point of origin, if you will.
Yeah.
Like it's a composite of a bunch of other stuff.
I was gonna say it's just a teeth language in it. It's just you're gonna take a whole bunch of shit from other places and then fuck their rules off and just apply our own rules to some other nigga shit in it. Like fuck it. Do you know what I mean?
That and it's like that breeds a level of incompleteness. Because even when you're speaking, there's certain things that you can't word. You know what I mean? And even like there's certain things that you can't put into context because of there being a lack of words for a certain thing. So if your primary mode of speaking is English, there's a lot of things in the reality that you're gonna not see because you don't have words for that, or you're not gonna like feel certain emotions because you don't got words for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
or
as you said, it shapes your understanding, isn't it? Like, yeah. Because, like, say everyone's looking at like the same wall, let's say, and the wall is a particular color. It's like, all right, now if you've got words in a language that allow you to get into a greater level of detail and description about the color and the wall and shit like that, it informs your reality and your understanding of that reality in a different way. So when you look at that wall, there's a lot more vibrance, there's a lot more that you're able to contextualize. Whereas if you don't have that, you can only, well, no, let me say you can only, but it's like it limits your ability to at least communicate what you see of the wall. So even if there's something that you're like, I see something beyond what I can communicate, like the English language, it limits your ability to be able to communicate that thing. You know what I mean? And I've had that so many times where say you're trying to talk to somebody and it's like, like, how do I explain it? Like, how can I,
how do I
get
even,
what I mean?
How do I even put this into words?
Because it's like there's no words to properly contextualize like the actual thing that you're trying to relay. Do you get what I mean? And it's like, I'm sure you as someone who like fluently speaks like another language as well, I'm sure you've had that a lot where there's certain shit where it's like, fuck, like there's not a word for this thing in English. Like there's not a word for it. And if I just translate it to you, it's not going to make sense. Like I just translate the word for word.
Like jokes, bro. There's like certain jokes here that maybe I can like make with Terrence here that as much as I would love to share with everyone, it just is not going to hit the same.
It's not going to make it's not going to hit the same
like,
way.
Even if you understand what the parameters of the joke are or whatever, it's not going to like be funny like that because it just doesn't hit the same. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, because the
like
context is removed from it. You know what I mean?
Expressed the right,
yeah. Because you have to have like a full contextualization of like what that thing means. Do you get what I mean? Like what that actually means.
Yeah.
It's like take the phrase "mad thing." Yeah. Now, if you actually kind of try to get all technical with it, it's like, well, what's mad thing? That's mad thing. A thing that's mad. Okay, well, what does mad mean? Mad can mean angry. Mad can mean crazy. Like, if you actually contextualize the words and then you say to somebody, oh, that thing over there is mad. It's like, well, somebody only understands that as like angry or upset. It's like, do you know what I mean? Like, they're not going to be able to really fully understand when you say a mad thing. Like, for you to understand what that means, you have to have lived the context of that shit. Do you get what I mean? Like,
you got to see the context at least, and for you to get the concept.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. I've been. Yeah.
So no, it's one of them, man. It's a very interesting thing.
And like I spoke to my old man about this as well, fam. Just telling him like, it's incomplete. But then his thing is like, nah, don't look at it like that. Just look at it like everything else, like builds on top of everything in it. And I was like,
Yeah.
I do get that side of it. You know what I mean? But then it's like, let's say if you came up with an idea, yeah, can save the world. It's a beautiful idea. Yeah, it's gonna make everyone on the same like level in terms of like wealth and power and all that shit. Like everyone's gonna be the same. Yeah, that's your idea. You came up with it.
Mm.
But then I take it and I run with it. Fam. Yeah,
And you run with it in your own.
it's still having
Yeah.
it's still having the same effect. It's still doing the same thing. Because the idea is the idea, isn't it? It's not, the idea hasn't changed. It's like, it's still doing the same world changing and whatever. But now
Yeah.
everyone thinks that was my idea. And now even you're convinced now that it was my idea.
Yeah.
And you're
Yeah.
like,
Yeah. Yeah.
I could never come up with anything like this. I'm not smart enough to do none of this stuff. Man, look at that guy, fam. He's so cool. He'd be just making up ideas and making up concepts that could change the world. It's so cool. Look at that. But it's like, the point is, the origins gotta be acknowledged. Do you know what I mean? For there to be like a proper acknowledgement of the thing, because it's all well and good like acknowledging the idea, but then it's like you don't have the full context if you don't acknowledge the context of the idea too, if that makes sense.
Nah, I fully get what you mean, man. I fully get what you mean, and it's like all of this stuff has to be contextualized and put into well, let me not say correct context, but put into its actual context. And without that, it just kind of, as you say, someone can take the concept of it and like do their own thing with it and almost rebrand it in their own way, where it's like, say even you have the idea of like of a track or something like that. And you're like, oh, I'm gonna make a track about fucking, I don't know, the plastic straws in the ocean, right? I'm gonna talk about that on the track. And say someone might overhear that idea and think like, oh, that's an interesting concept actually, like the plastic straws in the water, like, but then they take the idea and they manifest that and communicate that out in a their own interpretation. Now, when the idea of this comes out, if they're skilled enough, the person who had the original idea might not even be able to like recognize that shit because it's like a whole
Yeah.
different take on the straws in the ocean and shit. Like it's a whole different conceptualization of it, although the ideas come from the same place. And it's like it's a similar thing with language in it. It's like, or concepts in language. It's like people will take certain shit and then they'll just recontextualize it within their own thing. So it's like, what's a French word? Like the word government, for example. Like that word doesn't technically mean the same thing in French, although the idea is very similar. Because government more speaks to like organizational thing, like the governing of something, as opposed to when we hear the term government, there's a whole different conceptualization to what that means and the political shit
Well, I
and the,
mean,
you know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, it's one of those where like it's 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 really easy to get to the root of a word. Like, let's say government, right? What is to govern? Is to look over and to make
Yeah,
decisions for and all
yeah,
that kind of stuff, right? But then the meant part is like the root word of mental, as in like your mind,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
So now you taking into context the fact that govern is to look after or to look over something, and the root word or meant is the root word for mental. Yeah. Now you can connect those dots and say, oh, the government is trying to control the shape
And
of
now
my
you
mind.
have a whole other recontextualization in it. Like now there's this
And
whole
now
other
it's a big,
concept. Yeah. Even though the word comes from the word, and as you said, all the words mean stuff. But this is where you get into the conversation that you bring up all the time about like spells and all this sort of shit. Because it's like
yeah,
a lot of this shit, it's like it's a subconscious thing that go on, and you know what I mean? It's like it's a subconscious kind of, because like you just said with the government thing, it's like, yeah, we might think about the word govern, but who really takes the time to think about meant and why meant is at
nobody
the
does.
end of that
Nobody
word
does.
and where that comes from and who decided, you know what, I need this little bit of the word at the end of this, like, you know what I mean? No one
You know what I
adds
mean?
those
Because
extra
even
levels
think
of
about
context to it.
even think about other words that have meant at the end. It's like there's something that they're trying to put in your mind, right? An establishment is trying to possibly teach you something or show you some kind of concept of like how things should go, right? It's establishing this new mind pattern within you. It's establishing this new mind within you.
Yeah,
An establishment.
legit
It's like
establishment, yeah.
all the stuff. Yeah, like all the stuff. It's like, yeah, we don't. But that's why, yeah, it being an incomplete language for the people that code realities and whatnot. It's like it's better because it's easier, it's quicker to get to the root of the problem or to get to the root of whatever part of the code is not working, basically, and cut it out or
It
change
just
it
it
or
leaves it
whatever.
open for like not
Yeah,
interpretation but manipulation. Do you know what I mean? The fact that it's an
that.
incomplete language allows the space for people that know what this thing really is to be able to
You know
manipulate
what I
shit.
mean?
You know what I mean? That's
Can you
where
imagine? Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Like, let's say 20 years ago, yeah, calling a girl a bad beef.
would have made
She'll
sense.
fucking punch your head off him.
Yeah.
Go mad at you, fam. Punch, yeah, she'll fuck you up,
You
fam.
a bad
Call
bitch.
that bitch, fam.
You might call the
Jesus
police, bro.
Christ,
You know what I
bomber
mean?
clock. Boy, shit, you might need to
And
call the police after that, fam.
and the ambulance and all that, bro. After our brothers and
Yeah, and
cousins
all
come with
that,
you and shit.
fam. Yeah.
Yeah. And like you turn around now and like even you know what's even fucked up, yeah? And I know this is like a different conversation, although it's still kind of the same conversation. But even what you just said about bad bitch, like even someone saying I'm a real nigga, it's a similar type of thing. Like when you get to
But
the
then
kind of
the
root of the
wickedest,
shit.
the wickedest thing about the word nigga here is that the roots of the word nigga are coming from something basically
Powerful.
describing. It's basically describing a ruler, basically, like a king or a
Yeah.
prince.
Yeah.
Negus,
Negus in it.
negas. Yeah,
Yeah.
but that but
Negus.
it
Say it with me.
right. And it speaks to
I
that
heard the
point that you're
Kendrick song
saying that
too.
like it's easily manipulated at that point.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I heard
It's like
a similar idea about the word Nimrod. And like, you know how you call someone a Nimrod as like a way to call them stupid or da 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 da.
yeah,
It's like, do you actually know who Nimrod was in history? Like, Nimrod was like one of the
was it like
greatest
the
like
kings, one of
African
the
sort of.
Sumerian kings or something like that?
He was a king. He was a philosopher, mathematician. Like he was one of the greatest minds that we had and shit.
To
And
ever
it's like
live from.
it's the reverse psychology of the shit. Do you get what I mean? It's like they put the shit and
Yeah,
they add like a negative connotation to the shit. So that like someone call you a Nimrod. It's like, nah, don't call me no fucking Nimrod, bro. But it's like, actually, you want someone to call
it's
you
like
that,
being
bro. Like
called a
that's
genius, fam. Don't
yeah,
call me
yeah,
no
yeah, yeah.
genius. Nah, but you're a genius, fam. Yeah, you know what I'm
But
saying? It is
if
what
you
it
add a
is.
negative connotation to it, then niggas be like, nah, fuck that, bro. I'm not a genius, but I'm a fucking idiot, bro. I'm retarded, me, but I'm about to go retarded, bro. You know what I mean? Like, I ain't no genius, nigga. You know what I mean? Like you can, it's programming. Do you know what I mean? It's, oh shit, one sec, there's a voice note. One sec.
Leave me be, fam. I'm a real nigga.
Government means to control. Mente means mind. Control the mind. So yeah, that's what all the news organizations have been doing this whole time, controlling the mind.
Exactly, cause mente. Yeah, exactly, cause mente, fam. Yeah, see,
Yeah.
and that's how they connect the shit, fam. No, what was it? What was what was it? It was governance. I can't remember, fam. But yeah, basically, yeah, like man said, you know what I'm saying? Once you break it down and you crumble them words to their constituents and shit, it's like, yeah, nah, they tricking you, fam. Good morning. What's good
Yeah.
about morning, fam?
What's
Ain't
good
shit.
about morning?
Yeah, this
But
week.
if we can program all the
Yeah,
people
these
who say
days,
that,
fam.
and you're supposed to say that shit.
Yeah,
Now, if you're the nigga that don't
exactly.
say that,
Because
now everyone looking at you like, oh, this guy, he don't even say good
they
morning to
looking
people.
at you like, he one of them Grand Rising niggas, fam.
Yeah. Bro, can you believe they shamed the Grand Rising niggas? Can you believe that shit?
Man, I can't believe that shit. I'm still in disbelief to this day, fam.
Fam, when Grand Rising first hit the circuit, I was like, yeah, that's
Oh
lit,
man,
fam. I
yeah.
like
I'm
that.
gonna
Like,
also
that's
use that,
powerful,
fam.
bro. I like that, bro. That's some, because just
Yeah.
even just the term, it just fills you with this feeling of like, yeah, fam. Yo, well, bro, Grand
Even
Rising, bro. How you doing, fam? It's like, yeah, my nigga, I'm good.
it's
Grand
a
Rising,
different
bro.
thing,
How
fam.
you doing, fam?
You know what I'm
You know
saying?
what I mean?
In it. And instead of understand, you could understand or overstand. Or in fact, you could
Understand,
overstand or
overstand, all
understand.
that. You know what I mean?
You know what I'm saying?
But as soon as you
But
start
then
saying those
if
things to
anybody
people,
said
people are like,
that
oh,
shit,
here
it's
we
like,
go.
that nigga weird, fam. This nigga, goddamn, this nigga out here with this lyrical miracle bullshit again, fam.
Yeah, bro.
This nigga, fam.
Like you said, bro. There's a term called you one of them Grand Rising niggas that it's like, bruh, y'all have bastardized this shit to that point, fam. Like, man can't even say Grand Rising to you. You want man to say the toxic shit to you.
Man.
You want man to say the
Yeah,
fucked up
nah,
shit
say
to
good
you. Like,
morning to me, fam. Like a normal guy, fam, in these weekdays that we live in, fam.
bruh,
Yeah, nah.
bruh, bruh,
These
bruh.
weekdays that we live in God's week and in the days, fam. They knew what they
But
was doing, fam. They knew,
I'll
fam.
tell you this though, yeah. I do think that the lyricking thing, I do think that opens up a part of like your brain and spirit chemistry to some of this shit though. Like I
Yeah,
feel like when you use words kind of, in your crafts, in your work, like when you're kind of the shit that you do has a strong basis around the words that you use. As you said, I think there's a
you know what?
deeper understanding that comes from that. You know what I mean? Like,
You know what really like got me to the point where I was like, okay, this is like a superpower, fam. This is not like a regular nigga thing, fam. See, there was times when in my life here, I wanted stuff in it. I wanted things. And
right?
I'd say it in bars, fam. I'd
Yeah,
say in bars, I want these trainers, I want this jacket, I want this, I want a thing like this, I want a, you know what I'm saying? And it's like everything I was saying, it kept happening.
it
It
would happen
kept
one way
coming.
or another.
It just
Yeah,
kept. So it's like at some point, yeah. Because there's some people that will be blind to that for their whole, like the whole time that they like,
active.
are immersed in the craft.
Yeah,
Yeah. It's like they'll never even realize that like the shit they saying is happening around them, like all
yeah.
day, every day. Fam. You know what
Word,
I mean?
word.
Yeah.
And that's where, like,
I think it takes a special individual for them to
bro,
see like,
it's
oh
what
snap,
Uncle Ben said to Peter Parker in it. With great power come great responsibility, bro. Like
that
when you
part.
kind of realize the power in it, you realize how responsible you have to be in wielding that power because you can use your powers for evil if you wanted to. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like you can
that's
use
also a
this
thing.
shit for destruction. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's a different thing, man. It's a different thing.
Yeah,
Like
no,
for
we
real.
go. We superhumans, fam. Because we can,
Yeah, fam.
as much as we might be blind to it, our mind's eye can still see the future from. You know what I'm saying? I could talk, I could talk about like popping bottles of champagne when I ain't even got a 20 quid to my name, fam. Do you know what I mean? Because like I know in a couple months' time, weeks' time, when let's say I put it out to the world or whatever. Yeah, no, it's only a matter of time before I'm popping champagne and you know what I'm saying, spilling cognac and telling
It's
people congratulations and shit. You know what I'm saying?
it's like your guy Aubrey. He's got one of his bars. He's got certain way. It says certain to the effect of like, yo, I said I was the man before I ever was. You know what I mean? Like long before I was ever that nigga, I said I was that nigga. Do you get what I mean?
I said
Because
I was that nigga from, and now I'm that
yeah,
nigga from.
and now I'm that nigga, bro. Do you get what I mean? Like now I'm him. But I've been saying that I'm
Yeah.
him, and it's like, yeah, it's the conviction that when you speak that shit into reality, it soars into reality, bro. And we always say this shit, but this shit really only does actually work one way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like, it's an absolute certainty, guaranteed fact that anything you completely commit yourself to, like above anything else, bro, anything you 100% commit yourself to, has no choice but to happen.
It has to show up in your
Like
reality because you called it. You
has to
summoned
show
it.
up. Do you know what I mean?
You
Now,
summoned
things
it.
may not manifest in the way that you envision them to manifest, per se, but like, let's even
That
say,
doesn't mean that.
let's take the music shit, for example, yeah? I know factually, if I fucked off everyone and everything in my life, all responsibilities, all that sort of shit, and said, yo, all I'm living for now is this shit, blood, and this is it, the shit would have to go somewhere. Now, it may not go the place that I may foresee it going, or the place that I may want it to go, or whatever,
It's
but
definitely going to go somewhere.
it has to go somewhere. Like, it has no choice but to live. Do you get what I mean? If I put life into it, it has no choice but to live. Do you get what I mean? It's like, it's those sort of shits. And I think, you know, just a lot of life that we all live really is like, there are so many distractions. There are so many things that we feel are so important and so fucking thing, you know. And I think like a lot of that shit is set up to stop us from uncovering that power within ourselves. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if you pay me to clean your house and I'm knocking you over the head, like I'm like getting the bag off you, bro, and I ain't even really got to do all that, like a little bit of hoovering, a little bit of dishes and shit. You know what I mean? Someone who's trying to manipulate you, bro, they never gonna say to you, you know what? You know, you could just clean this yourself and save yourself bare money, bro. Like, they're not gonna try to empower your understanding of self that way. They just gonna treat me like, bro, you need me to clean this shit, bro. Like, you're gonna need me, fam. Like, it's a similar type of thing. You get what I mean? It's a similar type of thing where like people will always try to manipulate the energy out of you, as long as you don't have the understanding that the energy lives within you. You know what I mean? Like,
but you know, the wickedest thing is, even if you do got the understanding that that's how it works, you gotta be able to see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You gotta be able to like see what's happening.
See it, act it out, like, you know what I mean? Actually walk it out and thing it, you know what I mean? It's like cooking in it, bro. It's like fucking say you want oxtail or something. It's like, all right, in my head, I can see what I want this shit to be. Like, I know how I want this to come out, but if I don't have the skill and the practicality to apply that to this shit here, it's not going to come out like that. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's a similar thing. You need to have the ability.
It's not going to be what I want. Yeah.
You have to have the ability to be able to manifest it in the way that you do. Do you get what I mean? It's like with any of that shit, bro. Man, fucking go to a barbecue or something. Now, if you were to just eat the raw chicken or the raw burger meat or whatever, that shit would be terrible, bro. That shit make you feel sick.
That
It'd be shitting, vomiting, also. It'd be terrible, innit? But through the art of manipulation, using like different elements and shit, you know what I mean? You can manipulate this thing into something fucking delicious and beautiful. Like, and it's still the same base product. It's just now been manipulated
to the same, but now, bro, I'll put it like this here. Let's say I'm a better burger maker than you, fam. Yeah, I'm an excellent burger maker. Fam. You do the whole thing and you build it from scratch. You know what I'm saying? Best beef, best this, best that. My thing possibly still be better than yours, fam. Because I've got an understanding of what makes it good. Do you know what I mean? Whereas you just think like, the best must be just putting the best together. It's like, no, maybe sometimes putting like this in it, or like maybe putting like onion powder or garlic powder in it might be the difference. You know what I'm saying? Like a bit of like coriander seeds or something like that. That might be the difference. But because you don't have that understanding, you're just gonna make your pies and make your burger, and then it's gonna be good, I guess, because it's fresh and everything. But then it's not gonna be as good as mine because I've done things. Do you know what I mean? I made like a little relish to go with it. I made like a fucking chopped up my lettuce. You know what I'm saying? I've done all the little prep bits, all the shit that makes it better because of my understanding of what makes a better product. You know what I'm saying?
No, absolutely. But you know what's mad these days as well, though, bro. To exactly what you're saying. Yeah, it's like you could have all of that, and you can make the superior burger just because of your deeper understanding of like the surfaces that you're cooking it on, the temperatures you're cooking it on, the seasoning, like how long you may let it cook through for. Like you've got such a deeper level of understanding of the shit. But what's fucked up now is if we say we're both making burgers, right? And we only have like 50 people that we can sell these burgers to in this little like town or village or whatever. If I can get enough people to believe that my burger is better than yours, my burger is now better than yours. Better. Like, and that's it. Like, we live in the thing now where even if your burger is better, if I can get at least 26 of these 50 people to say my burger's better and believe that, my burger's better now. You know what I mean? It's so... It's mad, bro. It's like, and you could be like, bro, like, I cook it like this, and I do this, and this guy doesn't even know how to do this or that, or da-da-da-da-da. Don't even matter, dog.
Can't even make the relish from.
You know what I mean? All my shit could be store-bought, bro. You could fucking raise the cow yourself, kill the cow, cook the cow fucking tenderly. You know what I mean? Like, you could do grow the veg yourself. Like, you could do everything organic and have a full top to bottom understanding of the shit. But if I can get people to be like, my burger's better than his, my burger's better than yours now, bro. It's the whole if a tree falls in the forest shit in it. It's like you could say, well, yeah, it does make a sound, but then someone could say, well, how do you know it? But how do you know it makes a sound?
Who heard it? Yeah, who heard
no one heard it. So how could it have made a sound? Do you get what I mean?
There was like no sound from it.
We have to be witnesses to reality for the manifestation of reality to be confirmed. Meaning, it says it in the Bible, fam, where 2 or 3 are gathered, I am in the midst of that shit. It's like people have to. What am I trying to say? See? There's not words that I could try to communicate it with, but it's like people.
It's like it's social proof because we're social. In the way that we interact and go about things, we're like social animals, isn't it? So of course, somebody put it perfectly when they said, all right, check it out. Let's say I have 2 options in front of me, right? One of them is a 50% risk and one of them is a 0% risk. Yeah. Right. The way that my mind works, I'm going to go for the 0% risk thing, yeah? But then it could be something like this, right? Let's say, because we artists, yeah, you put out a song. Man won't listen to that song, let's say, if it's under 1,000 hits.
They'll
be like, on to the next, right? But it's because it means if it's got 1,000 hits, it means that 1,000 people have sampled it and said, yeah, this is good. Whereas the other song, it might be even better than that first other song. It might be the greatest song that's ever been written. But then, because there's not that proof of other people being like, yeah, this is good, it makes it more of a risk. Because now I have to risk my time and my attention span. Yeah. And if I don't like it, then I've wasted my time.
And I'm not going to get that time back in it.
And I'm not going to get that time back, and I didn't get anything out of it. So,
and then what happens from that is like with the artists now, the artists see that shit and think, well, if I want people to listen to my shit, I need to make it like this shit that people are listening to. and it's like a snowball effect, innit?
Fam.
Like
You went even far, fam. If I want people to listen to the shit, I'm gonna get bots, fam.
I'm a what? Sorry.
Get bots to stream my shit all day, every day, fam. 1,000 times a day, fam. Because bots ain't got shit to do but stream the shit, fam.
But to be programmed to do something,
And bro,
innit?
like the labels do this, fam. This is like all but
Streaming
confirmed.
farms,
The
bro.
labels,
This is like
because if you think about how their business model works, it's like, yo, whatever has got like some traction already is gonna probably make us the most peas, fam. Yeah. Now that's how it works now, and it's like, if let's say one of my artists is dropping a single this week, instead of me being like, my artist is dropping a single, he get good engagement or whatever, he might get like a good maybe 300,000 plays the first day. That's just like organic. But instead of having just that, it's like, yo, how can we maximize it? And the only way to maximize it is to get other sources of streams. So like, if organically you would have reached 300 people, they're gonna do the ads, and now you're gonna reach 500,000 people, and then after that, if it's not hitting the right kind of numbers that they want to see, which is the majority of the time, this is not even an afterwards action. It's like, yo, as soon as that shit drop, just go to this playlist. They've got farms of their own. Go to our farm, go to that man's farm, boom. Just get as much as you can, fam. Bro, this
send
is
them the
why
bread and just have them stream that shit from.
Because, I'm putting it like this. For the new artists, for the young artists that's out there, if you want to like be on a national level, fam, you're going to need like a good, maybe like a 750,000, fam. Just kicking it, fam. Just for you to do marketing and advertising and all that type of shit. We're not even talking about no like music videos or recording time or mastering and mixing. We're not even like this past that. You know what I'm saying? They put in 750,000 down so you can be at the radio stations performing your song, or you can be at these stages performing the song. Like, it's intentional, very intentional, and it costs a lot. So you guys, if you want to really break out like that, you're gonna need at least like a good maybe 750,000. And in this day and age's climate, it's like a good maybe 750,000 that you need, fam. Remember, there was a time when it was like maybe like 250,000, like a 500,000, to like break an artist on the national stage. And I used
to really break them and put them over in it, like to really put them over,
like think about artists that you know, that have like broken that mainstream ceiling, but then just fell off, disappeared. This like nothing ever came from them again. You never heard them. Why you think that is, fam? Because if let's say they signed a deal, right, and then they did some other actions later that didn't really like provide what the label was trying to see in terms of like money back or whatever. It's like they're not going to play that player again now, fam. And that player can't just like go and start his own Sunday league team, fam. You know what I mean? Blood, he can't be any part of any other team that has anything to do with the sport at all, fam.
Yeah, bro.
And you'd be so surprised how many teams got stakes in these leagues, fam. It's like the industry is bigger than the industry. Let's just say the industry is bigger than the industry.
A lot of these industries are cousins, but you don't know that they're cousins. You know what I mean? A lot of these industries have vested interest in industries that have nothing to do with them. Like if we sat and brought down why the oil industry has such a vested interest in like music shit, it would take the whole pod for us to break that shit down. But it's like, yeah, there's definitely industries that invest money into other industries so that certain outcomes happen.
Why do you think? Why do you think these rappers, when they get on and shit, they get like a liquor company deal? You know what I'm saying? I'm the face of this, or I'm the this of that. I'm the ambassador, the brand ambassador for Ciroc or whatever. Like, why do you think that happens? You think that there's multi-billion-dollar industries are just being like, oh yeah, we'll just give this rap nigga
these niggas some money because they popular.
You know what I'm saying? We'll just give these niggas a little money and a little leeway to use our brand anyhow they feel like. Nigga, man, you better goddamn wake your ass up.
And you see what's fucked about it as well, yeah. Even back to that, in fact, let me just play these voice notes. Actually, I like to get them out the way in it. One sec.
Yeah.
So have you guys heard of the double split experiment?
Yes.
What's that?
The double slit experiment. How do I even explain this? Like in a short format kind of way. So basically, they've got like a thing that shoots out like photon beams or like particles, electrons and shit. I don't know. And
Okay.
They put like a barrier there, that has like two slits, right? So at first, when they shoot the little photon generator, electron generator thing at the barriers, while they're watching, it will behave away. Like it will behave how they think it will behave. So like the little photons will go there and they'll like gather directly behind like those slits in it.
Okay.
But then when they don't watch it, it does like a wave in it. So like all the photons will be shot towards the little slit things. And then instead of them going directly behind like where the slits are, they'll like spread out in like the wave pattern that they were shot in.
Right.
That makes sense.
Right.
But then it's like the only difference there is that like they watching, like consciousness.
They're being observed. Yeah, they're being observed. Like
an observer changing how the results of the experiment like manifest.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. That because I was gonna, as you were saying it, I was thinking to myself, could that potentially be like, again, back to what we're talking about, language and perception, like when we observe something, because we as human beings are so arrogant to think that our observations are the observations. So a lot of times the way that we conceive something, we say that's what it is. Because what I was thinking is like, what if the photons are doing the thing that they're doing the whole time, like they line up how they line up, but our perception, the lens of our eye and cornea and shit like that, is only able to perceive it in that way when we observe it. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, but the fucked up part is it does both, isn't it?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's not like it does one when we watch it and then it does the other. Okay, let me not say what it is or isn't, because I don't know. But my thinking is, I don't think it's a thing of like when we observe or when the photons are observed, they act differently. I reckon the photons do everything that they do, but we're only able to conceive it the way we conceive it when we observe it. Like language, you know what I mean? Like
keep it like this. People use that experiment as, let's say, the basis for us living in a simulation. Because check it out like this. Let's say you're playing a game, right? Let's say like a third-person shooter kind of business here. You can do a 360 and look at the map. Yeah, you can keep doing the 360 and see like all the parts of the map. But then while you're doing that 360, your vision is capped to like a certain percentage of, let's say, like that circle. So like it might be like 25%. Yeah. It's like there's a certain range of how far you can see in the perception that you're in right now, right? But all that other shit, it's like if you're not observing it, or if there's nobody observing it, that shit might not even be there in the first
If a tree
until
falls in the
somebody
forest and no one hears,
exactly
does it make a sound? It's the
did it
same,
make a
like,
sound.
because it's
But
that
then
same
it's
theory as to what you're saying. It's that same theory of I've heard people say that the world actually only exists in front of you. Like there is no world that exists
yeah,
behind you. And
that's
as you
yeah,
walk through life,
that's but
reality creates itself as you walk through it in front of you.
yeah.
And if you turn around, it'll
Because
then
think about
continue
it,
to
right?
create in front of you. You know what I mean?
Because think about it, right? Because think about it. Imagine you made a simulation that can hold multi-billions of people. Yeah.
Mm.
In your process of doing that, if you were to render the whole map and the whole of like the whole thing for every player, it's gonna take so much processing power, fam.
Yeah, bro, that's a lot of
It's gonna
CPU,
take
fam. That's a
so
lot
much
of RAM memory
processing
in it.
power, fam.
It's a lot of
But
RAM,
then
bro.
check
Like,
it out. You being the intelligent creator that you are, figured out a way that the whole shit can be super high definition, 30K, fam. Yeah, all the time, fam. Non-stop streaming all the time, fam.
mm.
All you have to do is make sure that the other shit doesn't render, and you cap how far like you can like your field of vision is.
Yeah.
Right?
And you
That's
being
like
30K
that's like the
constantly.
5% in it.
Mm.
Because right now, if I stand like straight, I can see maybe like 160 degrees. If I'm looking like straight,
Give or take,
like
yeah, give or take.
my field of vision starts to kind of like it's not really picking up the shit like 160 degrees, something like
Yeah,
that.
160, 165,
Yeah,
like just under
something like that.
180 in it. Just under 180,
Yeah,
yeah.
because 180 would be like perfectly. I can see both sides, but yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
if I
like
turn
180 is
if I
you can see to
look
the
my
left and the
eyes,
right
yeah,
at a perfect 90
yeah,
degree angle while looking straight.
yeah,
Do you know what I
while
mean?
you're
Like, so,
looking
yeah.
straight, yeah.
You know
So it's
what? You
like
know what
you
really?
being
Sorry
the
to cut
you
you.
being
Sorry to cut you. Like, I want to let you go quickly in it, but like, just to add to your point, one thing that really helps me to understand that, as dumb as it sounds, is having a cat. And what I mean is this: yeah, there'll be times I'll be sat chilling. The cat might be sat to the right of me, right? Chilling, whatever, And as you say, that 160 degree field of vision. So I might sort of turn a little bit, like, but in my mind, the cat's over there to my right. I
yeah.
could be doing that, yeah. Fucking I turn to the left for like 3-4 seconds. I turn back, the cat is in a completely different place. Like a completely
Yeah.
different place. I didn't hear the cat move. I didn't feel it move. Just I go look back to the right and the cat's not there anymore. Now the cat is in front of me. But because my field of vision was limited, I didn't see the cat move. And it's like
Yeah.
your mind accepts it because your mind says to you, well, you know, cats are small and they can just move around. But me and my girl make a joke about it all the time. We say that the cat goes into his portal sometimes, innit? Because there'll be times like we'll be in the crib. I'll be like, yo, where is the cat? I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll
It's not
look in
the
every room, look in all the places, can't find this cat nowhere. Out of nowhere, bro, the cat
yeah,
will just
and then it
walk
will
out from
just pop
behind
out
something.
somewhere.
Like he'll just
Yeah.
like say again, I'm
Yeah.
looking forward, yeah. I look fucking behind the chair in front of me, all all right, the cat's not there. I turn around to look on the other side of the room, and I turn back and the cat's on the chair. Like shit like that. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like it allows you
I'm
to
I'm
understand that,
also
oh shit,
familiar.
this reality thing is like it really is only subject to what I can conceive, meaning my mind has no choice to accept that the cat was able to move there because it moved there. And the way that the
Yeah.
human mind is wired, it has to try to create some sort of reason for that. And it's like exactly to just what you're saying. I definitely think there is an idea that the rendering was such a good way to put it, man. And like thinking of it as almost like thinking of ourselves as like a
Yeah, like a video
streaming
game.
camera. Like
Yeah,
that's
like
such
a
a great
video
way to
game.
think
Yeah.
about it, because it's like if there's shit behind me right now, like in the studio. I mean, I know there's a wall behind me and there's a whiteboard on that wall and that has writing on it, right? And I know that because I have a memory of putting that shit on there and I have an understanding of the parameters of this room and But if I now turn around and that whiteboard isn't there, my reality will have no choice but to accept that the whiteboard isn't there.
The
Although,
whiteboard
as
is
far
not
as I'm
there.
aware right
Yeah.
now, if you were to ask me, like, bet your life on it, is there a whiteboard on the wall behind you? You know what I mean?
But then do
But
this, fam. Alright, so peep this, because I've always thought this. Yeah, what if the people that we say, oh yeah, that person's a little bit like chopped or like they crazy or whatever or whatever. I don't know. The kind of verbiage that people use for me. But what if those people, yeah, have seen something in reality that like it's like stepping over the edge of a black hole, fam. Like you can't
yeah.
unsee that thing. You've seen it now, fam. So you know it's real, fam, and it can manifest here, right here, this plane,
Absolutely.
fam. But you're trying to
Like,
explain
yeah.
it to people around you, but you know what I mean. The
I
more
remember
you
when
try
I
to
was a
explain,
youth.
the more crazy you sound, fam.
I remember when I was a youth, my dad had said something to me like that. Like the conversation we sort of had, he was basically saying like, "Yo, there's no such thing as a crazy person. Like nobody is crazy. Like that's not a thing that exists. What it is whenever you see somebody who seems to be acting outside of the accordance of what we call normal, it's essentially because their hard drive has processed something that they can't unprocess. Do you get what I mean? And it's like the way that he described it to me, which again, it's simple, but it made it make sense. It's like in this reality, we're on 95.6 FM. That's the frequency that we're tuned into in this reality. And so everyone tunes into that frequency and understands the world around them on that frequency. But what happens if a nigga is aligned into a different frequency? To us, we can't even conceptualize what the fuck this motherfucker talking about. This nigga just crazy. This nigga out of their mind and they whatever.
It must be
but it's
like,
because they're tuned into a different frequency. They can see something that we can't see. And the worst thing, I don't know if you've ever been in this situation. The worst thing, not the worst thing, but like just something that could be really shit is like, have you ever tried to emphasize something really important to people and they don't give a fuck? But in your heart and in your mind, you're like, bro, this is so important that you need to know this. But niggas just do not give a shit, fam. It's like,
lots of times, dog.
Imagine having that feeling, but not having the ability to re-assimilate back to 95.6. Because what we can do is we have an understanding that there are different frequencies along this radio dial, and we have the ability to tune into different frequencies. But when shit gets a bit too techie or a bit too, you can hear the static on the radio line, like, you know, the frequency is not quite sitting and it's static and shit. We have the ability to tune back into 95.6. Do you get what I mean? Whereas a lot of people, once they go to like 101 point whatever it might be, they don't have the frequency to dial back to 95.6. It doesn't mean that they fucking crazy and they should be locked away and pilled up, and it don't mean nothing like that. It means that they're tuned into something completely different. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. You know what I love? You know what I love about this podcast? Yeah, I love that we went from niggas snitching on niggas so they don't have to have like boy sex in jail to talking about how language is manipulated and the two split theory and like we're so damn we're so dope.
We're much different.
You get what I mean?
Yeah, we're much
like,
different.
But even that, like, that's the whole, even to what we're saying now, it's like we have the ability to tune into different shit. Like we have the ability to tune into just funny, like things that tickle that part of your brain that brings you like laughter and joy and all that sort of shit. And then the ability to tune into the other side of shit where you're really talking about some shit. And it's almost, especially when you and I talk, there's almost like a seamlessness to it. Do you get what I mean? Like, that's why I love our conversation so much, because we can go from this conversation now to talking about some bullshit and it will all just be like,
easily.
You know what I mean? Because we're able to go up and down the radio dial. We're able to tune into different radio stations along that frequency chart. You know what I mean? And like, to what you were saying, I just think there are certain people who go so high or so low down that frequency that they can't find their way to tune back in, or they may realize that the radio frequency that we on is bullshit, fam. I ain't tuning back into that shit. That's like you niggas wake up every day and go to a job that you hate to pay somebody else to just do it again tomorrow. You niggas is on bull. I ain't doing this with y'all. Like, you can definitely make it make sense why somebody wouldn't want to fuck with this shit. Do you get what I mean? And and as we were saying before, it's like, if you make burgers and I make burgers, and your burgers have all the health benefits in the world, and people can get stronger because, you know what I mean, the beef that you're using is like really farmed from like healthy animals, and you making the bread yourself to make the burger buns, and you doing all the sesame, you doing all the shit yourself. You know this shit is 10, 10, 10. But if I can convince people that my shit's better than yours, even if mine is full of bullshit, then on this frequency, mine's better than yours. And niggas will clown niggas who get your burger instead of mine. Do you get what I mean? No, it's not only just like a choice thing. It's like now there's a peer pressure element that's added. Like we talk about, obviously, the youths and social media and all that sort of shit all the time. It's like the only reason that means something is because of that peer pressure element to conform to this agreed standard. So if you go to school in some fake Nike trainers, niggas is going to clown you. Now, your fake Nike trainers might actually be much better made than the actual Nike trainers. The quality, the stitching, the color, the durability, the comfort. It may actually be a much superior trainer to the Nike ones. But if you go to school and niggas see that crooked Nike tick or the Nike tick is backwards, you are going to get roasted, bro. And it don't even matter, fam. Don't tell me your shit's better, fam, because it's not better, because it's fake Nike. What does that even mean? What is Nike? What is any of this shit? Like, what does that mean, bro? You know what I mean? The whole StockX thing that happened should prove to niggas that none of this shit is really anything. It's all just programming. So it's like, oh, what? So they make 100 pairs of trainers in a factory, let's just say, and then 60 of the trainers, Nike say, yeah, we'll take 60. And the other 40, we just don't want them in it. Fuck it. But it's the same trainer. It's the exact same trainer. Like, it was made on the same conveyor belt, the same line, the same stick. It's the exact same trainer. But Nike paid for 60 instead of 40. So now these other 40s are sold as replicas. And
because they're replicating the fact that they're not legit, from quote, quote.
but why are they not legit? It's an agreement. Do you get what I mean? Yeah, again, it's an agreement, bro.
They're here in the reality, they manifest them.
Because they exist here, but there's a communal agreement that these is fake Nikes. Meaning this, Will, you could get real Nikes from the Nike store, bro. And if everyone in the world said they was fake, they fake Nikes now, bro. like that. That's how this shit works. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying whatever is communally agreed upon becomes what it is.
Yeah.
Because just like you said before, if we go back 20 years, 30 years, you can't call no woman no bad bitch and think that she's going to like take that as a compliment. That doesn't exist in that world. And even if you explain like, nah, when I say that, what I mean, what I actually mean, it don't matter. Because the common agreement is that that's an insult. And until the common agreement becomes that's a compliment, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, and again, that's where like this shit is. When I was in uni, obviously I studied language and linguistics in it, and there was like, if I wanted to go on and do like the masters and that, there was this course called neuro-linguistic programming.
Oh, NLP.
NLP.
Yeah.
Mind-blowing shit, bro.
You did that shit?
We did a very surface version of it because again, even barriers of entry, right? So even to do the course properly, you have to commit to doing that. Like you have to go on to do your masters and like we don't just teach this to this type shit. Like we ain't just gonna teach. There's too much fire in this shit, but like if you want to learn this, you have to commit to doing this. Yeah, like there's too much sauce in it, bro. But like even the stuff that we touched on, it really makes you realize like, oh shit, bro. Like all of this is water and electricity, bro. Like all of this shit is just conducting energy. And once you learn how to manipulate the conduction of the energy, bro, it's fucking scary what somebody can do or what somebody can have other people do. It's scary shit, bro. With words, with words and other non-verbal forms of communication. It's scary, bro. Like
It's magic, fam. It's magic, fam.
yeah, proper shit.
Yeah,
But again, when you say that, a lot of people are like, "Oh, hey, these niggas go, these woke niggas in their crystals, blood." And it's like, I understand why you're saying that, but yeah, I'm like, actually, bro,
because if you don't understand that you yourself are a crystalline structure, and those crystals are resonating a certain frequency of energy,
bro,
and then like your crystalline fracture can tap into that shit, and like, you know what I'm saying, if you don't get that, then it's just not going to work for you.
And that's what I'm saying. It's like, even when people say that whole crystal shit, that's why I always say, like, yeah. But it's like, for you to say that means that you don't understand what a crystal is. And like you literally just said, you don't understand that we are crystals. Like, they are just, they are a manifestation of the same energy that we are. They just manifest in a different way. Do you get what I mean? Like, if you don't understand how these metals and stuff react with our bodies and that.
You're like a rainbow of crystals, fam. You're all the crystals. All those crystals that they pull up out of the ground, the amethyst, the this, that. You're all of that, yeah. You just have different what do you call it? Like ways of manifesting it, let's say. Whereas the crystal itself is like the pure form of that. So let's say amethyst makes up your third eye area.
Yeah, like the pineal gland, all that,
it's only emitting pineal gland frequency. That's all it's doing.
Yeah, concentrated.
Whereas your crystalline structure can can move and be flexible. Yeah, you can make your third eye crystal become like something, let's say, akin to wherever the kidneys are, whatever.
Yeah,
because there needs to be some way for these cells to keep perpetuating and creating more. Because stem cells are stem cells. They'll just like thing. But then if they don't get instruction or what should we do, they'll just build up. They'll just be building up there like nothing.
You know what it's like, bro? It's and this is a very simplified like version in it, but it's essentially explaining to somebody that ice, water, and steam are the same thing. It's that. Now, if you water, you looking at ice like blood. That's not me, bro. I don't know what the fuck that is. But actually, as you said, that's you under a different version of instruction. You know what I mean? That's just you under different instruction. The steam is you under different instruction. It's all the exact same thing with different with a different JavaScript put in. And like exactly to just what you're saying about how our bodies essentially instructed these different minerals that make up these things. Like, bro, if anybody ever want to test this shit, go down to your local market or whatever and buy yourself a fake gold chain and see how your body reacts to it. Like,
it doesn't like it.
Do you get what I mean? Because there's shit in the chain that your body is able to communicate with, and your body says, yeah, get this the fuck away from me, bud. Like, I have to build up a defense wall against this shit. That's where all the rashes and shit you see. That's your body defending itself.
That's all that green from turning.
That's what I'm saying. But that's your body defending itself against the instruction that's been put into that fake piece of gold. Because that fake gold is a bunch of different composites and chemicals and materials that have been instructed in a certain way to create a certain bond so they look like this. But actually the shit that this is made up of is really destructive shit, which is like you said, when you put it against your body reacts to it in a certain way. Now if you're wearing pure gold, like 24 karat gold or white gold or even like sterling silver, like there are certain materials or metals, if you will, that our body still reacts to, but is able to align the composition of. So our body won't our bodies won't necessarily react negatively to gold because there are particles of minerals in gold that our body corresponds with. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
Which is part of the
But
reason why human beings even put value into gold in the first place, because they realize that there's something very special about the metal. You know what I mean?
Subconsciously, they realize that there's something about this. If you see somebody wearing gold, if you see somebody with certain gold on, you know, okay, there's something happening there. They, like, subconsciously, you know that they've tapped into something, even if they don't know that they have. No.
I
This is
hear
how it
you.
works. Because,
Yeah. Go on, go on.
because we're like in our cells, we're electricity, and like electricity
Water and
sees
electricity, bro.
electricity.
Lord
Yeah,
Poseidon, fam. You know what I mean?
that's what I'm saying. From this, like, electricity sees electricity. It doesn't see the point from which the electricity is coming from. It doesn't see how that electricity is being used. It just sees electricity. If that makes sense. Because like we
I hear
see
you.
things and be like, oh, that's powerful, but like if I get involved in that, that'll fuck me up, or blah blah blah. But then like these other entities are not looking like that because the rules are different. If you are what you are, then you are what you are,
and you exist purely as that thing.
Do you know what I mean?
Crystals,
Here,
innit? Crystals, like
in this reality, I could look the exact way that I look now, yeah. But I could be like, yeah, I'm a white lesbian from Dakota now. That's me. And I believe that with my whole heart.
Yo, Will, quick sidebar, yeah. do you remember, like, this is a few episodes back. This might have been like the 50s or 40s or so.
Yeah,
Do you remember when you came
white.
out as like as a white person? Like, you're like, nah, I formally.
Yeah, I'm still to this day, I'm a white man, bro. And you know what the wickedest thing is? I'm still not getting no privileges, fam, which means these people are discriminating against man. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I don't go for that, fam.
Oh,
My people don't go for that, fam.
I have such a funny joke that I could make, but I'm not gonna make it.
No, you
Man.
started now. You might as well make the joke. Go ahead.
Nah. Because it'll be at the expense of somebody in it, and like the person isn't here to defend themselves. And it's really funny. I'm going to be honest with you, but we're on a public broadcast, so I'm not going to do it. But I'm not going to do it. We're just going to leave it at Will identifies as a white man in it. We're just going to leave that there, and then you can have the context yourself.
Yeah.
Oh shit, man.
Yeah. Wait. I think I'm not gonna call a number definitely, but I reckon it was somewhere between 48 and 58.
Somewhere in there, I feel when I said it to you just then, like 40s, 50s is what came to my mind. It's somewhere around there.
Yeah, 40s between like 48 and 58, somewhere there, somewhere in that gap there.
Oh, bro, another quick sidebar, fam. And again, whatever. But you know that as of this point now, like we've done more of the podcast in this format than the previous format.
What do you mean?
See, I was trying to be polite.
Okay. No, I get it.
Okay.
No, I get it.
But yeah, like I realized that the other day, it was like, oh shit, really? Like because just in my mind, because of obviously just how everything went and I've always kind of thought of it as like there's more of that. But I was like looking at the other day, I was like, oh shit, there's actually way more of this version of the shit than the other shit. You know what I mean? It's like even when I look at the YouTube and that, it's like, and I think we only started uploading from like 70 somewhat. 60,
somewhere there, I think, yeah.
60, 70 something. I can actually check. I don't know why I'm chatting shit. But it's like, even when you look at the YouTube, it's like, bro, there's bare episodes for there, you know, like there's loads of episodes of them. Like, yeah, man.
But we've gone past the 2-year mark now, isn't it? Oh no, we haven't.
No. 2 years will be episode 112. Like the boy band,
not 112. It's 104, isn't it?
Nah, because it's 56,
Yeah,
bro.
because it's 52 weeks in a year, my guy.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Yeah, no, it's 52 weeks in a year, fam. Yeah, 104, fam.
Why did I think
Yeah.
56, bro? Where did I get 56 from? Where did that come from? Nah, you're right.
I
Yeah, it's
don't know where
104.
you must have been
Yeah.
reading off the Mayan calendars or something from me, or
Nah,
56.
bro. I'm on the Ethiopian calendar, bro. We on true time, nigga. We none of this
That's what it is.
Gregorian shit,
Is
my
that
nigga.
what
None
it
of this
is?
Gregorian shit, bro. We on some true time shit. You know what I mean? Like, really, we've only really
Man,
started the year at this point. You know what I mean? Like, when you think about it, but
do you know what's
we won't do
wicked,
that
fam?
now. Mm,
If you was on like real true time right now, yeah,
mm.
you still wouldn't know what time it is here, fam.
Oh yeah.
The sun don't be clear enough. It's just bare clouds, fam. So you still wouldn't
But
know what time of day it was, fam.
again, even with that, like that's a whole conversation in itself because from time they put their own calendar in to create their own time system. They manipulate weather and there's such high
They
levels of
control the
manipulation
language,
going
fam.
on, bro. Like yeah.
Language, fam.
When you conceptualize
It's
that,
up
when you
there.
think like bro, they literally control the ways that people communicate with each other. Like when you conceptualize that, weather machines and fucking all this other shit really doesn't even seem that far-fetched. Like it really doesn't, because there are only a finite number of languages in the world, bro. You know what I mean?
Do you know what's super sick here? So they've been trying to do the whole like geoengineering or whatever, but they realize they can't do it. They can't make the weather be this. They can't do nothing with nature basically. Yeah. All they can do is what's the word? It's not copy, it's mimic. Yeah. All they can do is mimic.
Yeah.
Now, if I mimic, let's say if I mimic you, yeah. Or let me pick if I mimic Terrence, yeah. You're gonna get the sense that I'm speaking about Terrence or I'm trying to act like Terrence. But then it's not gonna be the exact same. It's not gonna be like you can close your eyes and think Terrence is sitting there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you're gonna get the sense that like, oh yeah, this is supposed to be my man, but then it's not.
And that's why people like that Jay Farrow guy who like people who do like proper impressions of people, that's why that's a thing. Because it's like there's mimicking. Like one of the other episodes we did, like maybe 3 or 4 back, like when our guy Jamie, I don't know if he's there right now, but when I was doing the Jamie in it, like when I was doing, it's like it's funny because you can hear the little nuances that I've heard of man when he talks and shit, but you understand that it's an imitation in it.
As well, fam. Nah, you did clock it as well that time. I say you did clock it that time as well.
Nah, bro. Listen. He's such a G. Yeah. He's such a G. And because man spoke to him, like, there's just like certain things like how he talks in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, straight away.
But it's like people like that Jay Farrow guy who do like almost like for like impressions of people's voices and shit. That's why that's so like, yo, that's sick in it, because it's like it's still mimicry, but it goes so much further beyond that type shit. And I think just to what you're saying about like mimicking and shit, that's why I believe to what you said about like the weather here and stuff like that. I'm not going to get too conspiratorial right now.
There's a reason.
I do genuinely believe that we don't just exist on planet Earth. Like, you know, in the movies where it'll be like a bird's eye shot of like a street, and then it'll go up and up and up, and it zooms out from the street to like the little area, then it zooms out from the area to that district, then it zooms out to the city, then it zooms out to the country, and then it zooms out to the planet, and then it zooms out to space. I don't believe that we exist on the planet like that. I believe that there are, how can I describe it? There are sophisticated domes, structures, coverings, however you want to describe it. There's sophisticated shit that, especially in the kind of quote unquote westernized world, westernized civilization, there's if we could fly, I don't think you could just fly all the way up to the fucking sky. And I'm saying hypothetically, say if you could just fly, you can fucking breathe in space and you could just keep flying and flying and flying and flying and flying. I don't believe that us all the way up to the sky is just empty space or air or whatever the fuck you want to call it. I believe that at some point, if you get far enough, you're going to hit something that's going to prevent you from going any farther. And I think that in a lot of these westernized countries...
You know what that is? You know what that is?
Go on.
It's the tether, the tie that you have, the contract that you have with
Yeah.
itself.
Because
like,
again, it's when you... Go on, sorry, go on.
As I say, they've said themselves like people being... Let's say if they were getting people out there, for them to be out there for extended periods of time is bad for their health because one, there's no shielding from all the radiations that be coming from all the directions of all the shit that's happening out there in space and shit. One. Two, there's no gravity, so your bones get weak and shit. You know what I'm saying? Three, because there's no gravity, like all like your lungs and shit, they're like moving. You know what I mean? Like instead of them just being like where they are, they're like moving around. The air pressure difference is so different that like let's say like your rib cage expands or whatever. Now your lungs and your heart is like moving around. It's like no good. It's like like whichever way you try and slice the pie, you can't leave yourself. You can't go anywhere that isn't you, fam.
Yeah, because you in a contract, bro. Because you in a contract, fam. And this is an enforceable contract, fam.
And the contract is you are the earth. The earth is you. Everything that you do here, you're doing it to yourself. Everything that you eat, everything that you need, it all comes from the earth. But you are not born of the earth. You're born of a woman. You're not grown from the ground. There's never been a human being that's been grown from the ground. You are birthed. Yeah. And at the moment of your inception is when you accepted the contract. You already accepted all the shit that's happening in your life that you're like, oh, wow, who would have seen that coming? Oh, wow. You already had accepted that. You already had, like, agreed to all that because there's something to learn here on the earth. There's something that you're supposed to get from. You might go through a bunch of trials, but there's a one lesson that you're supposed to get from. You might go through no trials from, but then there will be a one lesson for you to learn from.
I don't think this contract exists without trials.
Right back.
I don't think this contract exists without trials. Yeah. I think
I mean, maybe the lack of trial might be the trial. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, however you conceptualize it, because even when we think about trials, we might think about particular circumstances in it. But however you contextualize it, I don't believe that you can exist, bro. Again, you and I want to let you go in it because you're spitting, bro. That thing you just said about you're the earth, but you're born of a woman. Like that's so deep. Like, I don't even want to get into how deep that is because that's powerful, bro. Like, that's so deep. But it's like, as you're talking, I'm just thinking and shit. And it's like, like, actually, the more you're talking, bro, and I don't want to just say the flat earth theory because that sounds too Twittery. But the more you're talking about shit, it's making me... All right. Let me go back to what I was going to say. When we look at nature, yeah, because whenever you want to try and understand anything in life, I always try to look for the equivalence in nature because nature is a self-sustaining thing. It has all the answers that it will ever need for itself type shit. When you look at nature, when you look at how plants grow, for example, like for a plant to grow, there has to be a level of conflict. Meaning, even like bees or insects or whatever that like take the pollen from one plant to another because they feed it and shit. That insect is
Yeah,
coming to feed on that flower. The trade-off that the flower gets is like, yeah, you're feeding on my life source, but you're able to take this life source to another flower who can grow this life
yeah.
source so more flowers can grow.
You're
And
able
even in
to
the
take
process of that,
the parts of the seed, the
that
parts that
I
are
can't
needed to
take
form the
because
seed.
my contract is that I'm here. This is my
Yeah,
contract. So the way that I find the loophole in my contract is, yeah, I gotta give this up to you because you're not gonna do nothing for free. The insects ain't just gonna come and just take the
that
pollen
part.
for nothing for free. Like the Bible says, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. The wages of sin is death
Yeah,
in it. Like everything has a cost.
yeah.
So you give up the life source that this insect may take from you, but the trade-off is that you can actually further the pollen and shit. But as again you were
Mm.
talking, it's making me think that across all levels of nature in any kind of thing you want to think of,
Everything.
trials, conflict, whatever you want to call it, it has to exist as part of the contract. Like there's no, bro, even
Because
being born into the world is conflict
it's painful, fam. Somebody feeling pain over that shit. Telling you
in some way, shape, or form, bro. Like
somehow, fam.
even a woman being pregnant, as the baby's growing in the
Mm.
woman's belly, from what
Yeah.
scientists say. Like they say that the woman's body doesn't recognize it as this is your baby. The woman's body recognizes it as an
This is
external
something to
thing
fight
that
from.
we
Yeah,
need to get this the fuck out of us, bro. Like we need to get this the fuck
yeah,
away from us. Like your body looks at it as bacteria. Do you get what I mean? And it's like there's no life in this contract without some form of conflict. You know what I mean?
yeah,
But
yeah.
it's about how you maneuver through the conflict and use the conflict to, I guess,
Because you know what it
move
is?
your
It's
pollen
like,
around. You know what I mean?
this is the perfect analogy, right? Every one of us is a seed for something. Let's say a seed. Okay, we'll just equalize it. Everyone is supposed to be a mighty oak tree and live
Okay.
until they're 300 feet in the air. And it's been 1,000 years since you've been here, and you've seen things growing, and you've seen things dying, and you've seen, like that's what it's supposed to be, right? But
Yeah.
then
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
sometimes the seed doesn't break the ground line.
Mm.
So it doesn't be what it's supposed to be. It doesn't become
Yeah.
what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
And if you put a seed where there is no ground line for it to like burst through, it doesn't become what it's supposed to be. It stays the seed.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like we being here right now is like we're seeds that have been planted,
Mm.
right? And it's like you're supposed to explore every avenue of growth that there is until you have roots that are like deeply embedded in the ground because you went all the way down there and you've mapped
Yeah.
all that shit out.
Yeah.
And now
Yeah.
it's like the only way for you to go up is up. The only way for you to go, sorry, is up now. So now you become uh, a sapling, right? But then at the same time, you're still deepening your roots because your roots still need to go deeper. So now you're simultaneously going up and down.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Like that's what's supposed to happen. But for you to simultaneously go up and down, it's you stretching, you straining. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It hurts, man. Think
It's not
about
nice. Yeah.
like in the medieval times, they even tortured niggas like that. They would put them on a bed thing,
Just
they'd tie
stretch
their
them
arms
out
up
in
like
it.
this.
That's torture, bro. Just
That one,
stretch a nigga out, blood.
in
Like
it, because it hurt.
pause. I pause. I. Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Yeah.
whoa.
Wait. I think you need to hit that button like twice.
Pause, nigga! Pause, nigga! Pause, nigga! Pause, man!
Sorry.
But yeah, it's painful, fam. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah. I think that's why we're here. So that, because think about it like this. If you never had anything like, let's say, spicy hit your tongue, and all you ever had was like things that are like savory, let's say. You never had nothing else, no sour, no spicy, no sweet, no nothing, just savory, salty things in it. And then one day you taste that something that's just a little bit spicy, fam. A little bit hot, fam. A little bit, this is mad. You know what I mean?
You just reminded me of a TikTok video that I saw. You know them like skits that people do where it's like, when I took my white girlfriend home to my African family for the first time, she said the salsa was way too spicy for her. like it's just because like if someone, as you said, has never had that kind of flavoring to shit, to them that's like a whole different thing. That's like, blood, this is hurting my mouth in it. And like to you, you're like, blood, like it's just, bro, it's
this is
literally just
normal, fam. This is delicious.
like,
What do you mean?
like it's literally
this
all
is
purpose
delicious,
seasoning, like.
You know what I'm saying? We ain't even got to the spicy yet, fam. This is delicious. What are you talking about, fam? Hold on.
Fucking, you get make a white girl in the kitchen drinking a glass of milk and shit get too spicy. It's like, bruh, come on, fam. Like, bruh. But like, yeah, it's as you said, if someone's never had that and then they have it, it's a whole different experience and response to it than someone who bro, not even in that kind of way, but that's like an analogy for the hood. When you kind of think about it, like it's there's a lot of shit that's normalized, which someone could very easily say isn't really shit that should be normalized. Like the concept of
just
like
live on a savory diet. You need some fruits, you need some, you know what I'm saying?
Do you know what I mean?
Greens,
like,
shit. Yeah.
And it's like the idea of, say, something as simple as, and again, I think I've said this on the pod before, but I have, or my mum, God bless her heart, has a picture of me from nursery in it when I was in nursery. And I think I've said it on here before, but say there's maybe about 10 to 12, 13 kids in this picture. Every kid in that picture, except for myself, is either dead or in jail. Yeah. And that's like no cap. That's like my mum, like me and my mum, like talked about it one day, and it's like it was a real deep sort of idea. But like, it's the whole thing of there are certain things that, and let me not even just say the hood because that kind of maybe alienates things, but people from less or more impoverished situations, like let's maybe say that
the hood too, fam. They called that.
I was gonna say it's the hood, but you know, again, programming and shit. When you say that, people think of like fucking G Unit and shit. People think of like MTV Cribs and bullshit. You know what I mean? But it's like anyone that's from any kind of impoverished like circumstance. Like things that are normalized, like the sort of really terrible things that people do to each other, that's just normalized. Like a nigga's going to rob you, like that's just kind of part of your thing. There was again,
you gotta have a contingency for that.
Like even just like just watching shit. I remember there was this. You know who Poet is, in it? Poet's Corner. Vibber, Geordie's brethren, in it, like all them guys. But again, Poet, obviously, he's been doing like his online thing for years and years, in it. And I come across one of like a really old kind of video he did, like a skit type video. And the idea was basically like they go into the graveyard to sort of like put flowers on like their boy's grave because their boy got killed and shit. So it's proper somber, and like they look upset, and then you kind of hear like the record scratch sound, like the, and then one of the guys goes like, "Wait, yo, which graveyard is this? Oh, it's da 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 da." It's like, bro, he's not even in. This ain't his grave, bro. This is someone else, fam. Like, bro, how we come to the wrong graveyard, fam? What kind of shit is that? It becomes like a funny thing, in it, and it was funny. But I remember watching it, thinking like, rah, it's so mad how this this guy and his friends have come up with this idea for a video where the punchline is, lol, we at the wrong graveyard because, you know what I mean, so many of our friends get killed that we came to the wrong place. Like, oh, it's the one up the road. Like, oh,
Yeah,
fucking hell,
damn.
lol. Like, it's like, damn, like,
Fuck's
that's
sake.
a normalized piece of life. Like, it's an expectation that you're going to have friends that will get murdered. Like, that's not something that should be normalized to the point where you make like skits and shit about it, but that's what happens. Do you get what I mean? And so it's the same thing to what you're saying. It's like
the man say this in the music all the time. Yeah, I'll put you on a t-shirt. Like, bro, that's not a normal thing. You know what I mean? But then that's what happens, isn't it? When a man is like certain, like, they put man on a shirt, and then that's that.
And it's like even just deep what that means. So let's contextualize everything just so people can understand in it. So someone says they're going to put you on a t-shirt. So essentially there's an understanding that in communities that, you know, we come from, or people that come from communities like ours, whatever, there's an understanding that, you know, as part of the mourning process, back to that word mourning, because mourning isn't a good thing. Part of the mourning, grieving process is that sometimes people will try to have their loved ones sort of memorialized, and they'll do that through the act of maybe getting their face put on a t-shirt for friends and family. There's a memorialization, basically. It's a celebration of this person because this person was taken in a tragic sense. Now, the fact that there's such a common understanding of that's what people do, meaning somebody did that one day, then other people were like, oh shit, our cousin got killed. That's kind of fly. We're going to do that too. Then someone else is like, oh shit, that's mad because my brother got murdered last week, bro. Yeah, we're going to do. And now it's flipped the other way around where it's like, bro, I'm going to put you on a t-shirt. Jamaicans say, yo, a dirt and a t-shirt, brother, a dirt and a t-shirt. Meaning you're going to go in the ground and they're going to put you on a t-shirt, bro. Like, it's a threat. It's like, I'm going to do something to you that's going to make your people memorialize you in this typical fashion. Like, just to the point where someone can say, put you on a t-shirt, and that's understood. There's no like, well, what does that mean? Like, put me on a t-shirt. Like, you're going to glue a t-shirt to me? Like, what do you mean? Like, it's completely understood what that means. It's normal. Do you know what I mean? Or even put somebody in a spliff. It's like, it's such a normalized thing. Do you get what I mean? But when you deep what that actually means, do you get what I mean?
It's peak, fam.
When man say they're gonna put you in an ashtray, bro, like these are just normalized things, bro, and it's like it's so, bro. Even like stabbing and shit. Sick like about one of the terms that they call it now. Like,
sick about that.
No, I was gonna say like one second. Like one of the terms they use now is like chinging. Do you get what I mean? And that's kind of because of the sound that the bladed metal makes as it swings through the air.
The ting makes when it's going through the air, and
you know what I mean? That kind of sound, and it's like that's such a common occurrence that someone's taken the phonetic sound that this carbonated metal makes as it travels through the air and applied language to it. It's like meow. Do you get what I mean? It's like it's mad, bro. Like, sorry, what were you gonna say? What were you gonna say?
Shit, I forgot now.
But like, nah, it's
about the chinging.
But bro, like, but they call it chinging, fam. They call it chinging. And if someone got stabbed, they say he got chinged, bro. Like they say that shit normal, bro.
It's not the same. It's not the same as like shring. You know what I mean? It doesn't connect the same, fam. If I say, oh yeah, man got swinged, fam.
It sounds too sweet in it. It sounds too sweet in it. Like it sounds too speech impediment. You know what I mean? Like just like you got, you know what I mean? Like you got too much saliva in your mouth, bro. You know what I mean?
You know like that, fam.
Yeah, nah, the shit's crazy.
About this shit here, fam.
Nah, the shit's crazy, man.
It's even more wild that like, the soul loops back, fam. The language is incomplete, fam. So like if I'm trying to express to you, I didn't really like how you looked at me like that, fam. But because the language is incomplete, anything that I say from the point of I didn't really like how you, it's a problem now, fam.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
problem now, because it doesn't complete the circle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's great for fighting people and taking over their shit and all that shit. It's perfectly crafted for that. Because like anywhere where you go and you implant that seed, everybody gonna be fucked up, fam. Nobody gonna understand who or anybody's saying, fam.
Yeah, it's a conflict language, bro. It's a conflict language. Like, you know what I mean? It's a language that in itself exists in conflict. Like when you learn about language and they teach you about things like double negatives and fucking imperative speech and punctuation, it's like, rah, all of these words and these symbols are all doing war with each other as you write them out. If you write like, I really do not want to go outside, and then you write, I really don't want to go outside, like something has happened to do not. You know what I mean? There's a conflict that's existed where that's now been changed to something else. You know what I mean? Like all of these things, like
it's transformed.
Yeah.
It's like, right? You look at that, and then you even look at, let's say, how like energy works. Let's say an explosion, right? For there to be an explosion, there has to be two things that I guess don't like each other. They're in a small space together.
Yeah, combustion in it, like conflict.
They create more energy.
Yeah, when this is exposed to this for a certain amount of time, it does this. Like it has no choice but to do this. You know what I mean?
There's no way around it. It makes more energy, which is why I say I get that people want everything to be peaceful and beautiful and blah blah, but like the sacrifice
it don't exist. It don't exist.
No, it does exist, but it's just more than anybody's willing to pay. Like individually,
I don't think it does, bro. Like, and I could be wrong. I'm not saying that I'm right. I'm just saying like when I think about life and even think about the perfect utopia and shit. Like I don't see an existence where there isn't some form of conflict somewhere.
It can exist. It can exist here. This is where I'll fight. But it can exist here. But it needs for everyone to be on the same page. Like if we live in a community where it's like open gates and everyone can come to, like, bro, like I put it like this. We live in an open community here. You can come to my house anytime of the day, night, and it might be 3:00 in the morning, and you can come and get food out of my fridge. That's cool. You go ahead and get what you need out of my fridge. Yeah. And then that means I can also come to your house at 3-4 in the morning and do the same thing. And what happens? And what happens is, like, a lot of the time, it's like motherfuckers out here doing or taking more than they would have other people take, right? So that builds a mentality of like, if I can go to someone's house here and take their whole month's shopping and bring it to mine, and we're chilling, I'm gonna do that. But then for me to do that, it means that I have to not care about that person and their kids and whoever dependents. And even whoever might even come off the street, like the same way.
Essentially, I have to just not care about the consequences in it. Like, you just don't care about the consequences.
From the consequences, me and my people can eat them.
Yeah. See, I think, okay, we're having like, two different conversations, but it's around the same thing.
No. Wait. But then what that does is, it's like now when you walking out in the community and everyone got their doors open and shit, you're like, so somebody can just walk into my house and take my whole month's shopping and lock my door open. So now that's the beginning of the deterioration of this utopic society. So it can happen. The utopia can exist, but everyone has to be on the same page. And because of the way that the shit has been formulated, we all can't get on the same page.
See, you're having a conversation more on like like you're talking on a social, human to human type of level, which I agree with you in that sense. Like, yeah, you're right. So I think that's maybe where the confusion comes in. What I was more so saying in terms of I can't see a form of us in a reality without conflict. I mean, like, oxygen doesn't exist without conflict. Like, I mean, like that. Like, you're talking on like a social level, which, if that's the conversation, then yeah, I agree with that. Like, you're right. We can all have, bro. It's like when man come up to Lancaster them times, and you tell me like, yeah, right, everyone keep their doors open around here, and us man are like laughing and joking, like, yeah, bro, it's not like that in the city, bro. Like, it is not like that down in Wales, fam. Like, but it's because there's a communal understanding. Like, we all have an agreement where this is okay, and as we said earlier, when all the people agree to something, that's what it is. You know what I mean? Until someone breaks the agreement. But like, I just meant it more on like an actual existence level, like beyond the social shit. I mean, oxygen doesn't exist without conflicts. Like, water doesn't exist without conflicts. Like, the same way you spoke about an explosion, like certain things have to conflict to create more energy. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's what I mean. I think that pattern reverberates throughout all of reality. So in the same way that all of those elements need conflict to exist, I feel like back to the social level, even in the perfect utopian thing that you're talking about, I think those same elements still exist within the thing that's a human being. And so at some point, even in this utopia, at some point, those elements are going to raise their head, because we have all of human history to look at as Exhibit A. Do you get what I mean? Throughout all the perfect utopian shit, at some point,
it's difficult. It's much more difficult now, because imagine if you came up in a world where they said, like, any and all conflict is, you know what I'm saying, that's not a thing. We're not conflicted. We're taught all the ways to be more understanding, let's say, right? So like, let's say you disagree with your brethren on the playground or whatever, but then like the teachers spent like the whole semester teaching you about how to resolve the conflict between y'all without it being something unsolvable. Right? It's a different world now, because now everyone kind of is on the same page. And yeah, there might be some people that might get the itch and be like, I'm gonna do something crazy. But the majority of the people are gonna be like, no, that's not correct, dog. You can't do that. The majority of the people gonna be the ones that pull up those like, yeah, no, you can't do that shit. You know what I'm saying? And then because there's that like check-in system, right, of being like, oh yeah, nah, you can't do that because that's like against our code or whatever, like as living beings, blah 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 blah. Because there's that check, of course there's always gonna be things that pop out. It's just like now, right? We these education systems that basically encourage us to like be the opposite way. Fend for yourself. You're the only one that matters. Anybody else's opinion is bullshit. And you gotta like be able to figure out how to make them see that they shit is bullshit. Otherwise, like, yeah, you wasting time and your shit is bullshit. And you know what I mean? It's different. We're taught to combat them. We're taught to see things in black and white. But imagine if you had never been taught to see things in black and white and everything is in full color, just the way that it actually is in reality. There's no like, oh yeah, if you conflict a guy, then it's bad. And if you like, you know what I'm saying, if this happens, then it's bad or it's good, or there's none of that. You're more likely to make the right choice in terms of like how to move in a situation, because you are no longer driven, let's say, by even the fear of like, oh, this nigga might punch me in the face. So now you're gonna do the right thing regardless, because you're not afraid of that nigga punching you in the face. You get it? Because you
Nah,
never
I
had that
understand.
fear put
Yeah,
in from the beginning.
yeah, yeah. I think on paper it makes sense. I just think the intricacies of people, because even what you said about like the check-in system, it gets to the point where somebody might try to input that check-in system, and then the other person's like, yeah, but who are you to check me? For example, just hypothetical off the top of my head,
Yeah.
conversation about race. Black dude is saying one thing, white guy is saying, well, actually, this. Black guy says, brother, you can't talk to me about this shit respectfully in it. Like, who are you to tell me anything about my experience on this shit? It's like it gets into that whole thing of with the checking system. Well, who is the person checking? What are their qualifications to
No, but
do? You know
then
what I mean? It gets into all of that. Like,
with the check-in system, it's like everybody got to be on the same page, following the same.
it's a big if, though. That's a big
Yeah,
if. Huh?
but that's why I asked, like, what if it wasn't the way that it is right now? Because the way that it is right now is all that we can see. Because we were born and the shit was happening. The people that were before us were born and the shit was just happening. You know what I mean? But at some point in history, there was a first people that were born to be indoctrinated into the shit. You get me? And it's like those people didn't move the same way that we do. Them people didn't make decisions based on the same things that we did because they were educated in a different way.
Mm.
You feel me?
Mm.
And it's like if we're all right, if we came up in which we did, I'm saying if like we came up in a society where like all the shit is already set up, like the money's already there. You know what I'm saying? The jobs are already there or the work is already there or whatever. Like all that shit is like it's made already. Fam. We just like step into it. Fam. Right? It's like imagine what the world looks like if the inventors of our time who are now being sucked into social medias and all that kind of other bullshit. Like imagine if those people had the same, not conditions, but like if they have the same kind of like a mindset of just like keep making better shit, even if you thought that you made the best shit. Because now we've got to the point where we think that we've made the best shit. We've made like a computer that can talk to itself and talk to you. That's like, yeah, we've reached like the pinnacle now.
Right.
You know what I mean? But it's like if that all isn't there, then people are more relying on each other. So there's not as much room to distrust, right? And as there being not as much room to distrust, yeah, if this nigga say to you, oh yeah, he gonna build you a fence, then that means whoever the next person that you speak to and promise that you gonna do a thing is gonna also do a thing for them. And because they on the same page, they gonna do the same thing that they said, just the same way that you said you was gonna do what you said you was gonna do, and you did it. They do too, fam. Because it's like that's the social contract. But now it's like the social contract is very shaky, fam. Because like I could say I'm gonna do a thing, but then I might not, fam. And because the social construct is not, the social contract is not as tight as it was, I guess, in previous times. It's like anybody can do anything now. You know what I mean? You can even decide, oh yeah, I'm a girl now. Anybody can do anything.
Yeah, legit.
People are so creative.
But it goes back to what you it goes back to what you were
Everybody's so
saying about the checks
creative.
though, innit? Because it's like now anybody can do anything because who can check that? Who can be like, nah, you can't do that? Do you get what I mean? It's like
at this point right now, nobody can, because we're all individualistic. We're all like out for our own. You know what I mean? Like even like the more altruistic of us are like, oh yeah, nah, I'm gonna get some peace for me and my people, and then yeah, we're gonna live good and it's gonna be good. You know what I'm saying? To the more extreme ends of the shit is like, yeah, fuck everybody, get this money,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And it's like there's a missing component there. Fam. What about everyone else?
Mm-hmm.
What about that geezer that's like sitting outside the shop? He's been sitting outside the shop for weeks, fam. What about him?
Word.
You know what I mean? And it's like it's built, fam. It's built. But the beautiful thing is like we built it. We the people. You know what I mean? And we can very easily just
I would
sand
say we maintained it, and maybe were what do you call it? Like a co-defendant in it. I do believe that the way that a lot of this shit is now is by the design of a select group of people. But I do believe that the way social contract works is like, if we don't agree to it as a mass of people, then it can't really run. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like,
exactly.
And so I don't want to say like I'm disagreeing with you. It's just kind of like, I think as a caveat, I think it's just like, yeah, there has to be that kind of all around agreement to certain things.
And you know what? I think the agreement that we've had that has been so long standing, I think it's coming to an end. Fam.
Like on some Age of Aquarius shit.
Bruh, so I've been saying this for like the last couple of weeks now. I think I'm pretty sure I said it the week before. I definitely said it last week. The sun sets on the west, fam, or the sun sets in the west. It's like every civilization that comes, they have their like beginnings, and then they have their golden age, and then they start to decline, fam. We've had our golden age now, fam. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers was having nothing and getting houses and cars and from nothing, fam. Yeah, we've had our golden age now, fam. And it's like now it's coming to the end of that shit, fam. It's hard to accept for some people. It's a hard pill to swallow, but like everything.
So when you said this golden age, do you mean in terms of like this civilizations? You know how there's been the Roman Empire and this, and civilizations.
Yes, yeah, I mean, like the civilization. The people that are here right now, we're like the tail end of like a golden age, basically.
Right.
Because now, yeah, let's say like it's only getting worse now. Our kids ain't gonna be able to afford houses and shit. It's gonna be peak for them niggas, fam. We barely can afford that shit now, fam.
Yeah,
and we're doing that shit by leveraging our shit to the eyeballs, fam.
Yeah.
Like, bro, how much room them niggas got, fam? If we leverage into the eyeballs, how much room our kids got, fam? And then they kids. Because, like, it's going to go from the eyeballs to the roof of the head, fam. And then that's it, fam. There's no more room for expansion after that, fam. Like, it's going to be, if we don't do something now, yeah, it's going to be a hard road for our children's children. Our children might be out, you know what I'm saying? But our kids, fam, they can be fucked up over this shit that we doing right now, fam.
No, for real.
They can be fucked up over this shit we trying to, because like it's essentially like, oh, we not paying the bill. They gonna pay the bill. Somebody gonna pay the bill. We'll just keep passing it up along the line, fam. Yeah,
It's
and
like,
then at some
I'll deal
point
with
the
it.
table
Let them
ends,
deal with
fam.
that shit. Yeah.
And in the table ends, fam. And then that nigga at the end of the table gotta pay the bill, fam.
Yeah,
But that
word.
nigga at the end of the table ain't gonna have shit, fam.
Yeah, 'cause he's looked at everyone else not pay the bill, so he also thinks he ain't got to pay the bill either. You know what I mean? Like,
That part, fam. Because he looking at, he thinking, oh yeah, because I brought my kids. And we
yeah,
put them at the end of the table. Yeah, that nah, the table got end from at some
got to end
point.
somewhere, bro. The waiter's gonna come back and expect
You know what
somebody
I'm
to pay this,
saying?
bro. Like, and
Oh, man,
this is not the
he
80s
gonna be like,
anymore,
y'all
bro.
good, y'all, yeah, yeah,
This is not the 80s anymore, bro.
yeah.
Like, you're not gonna be able to just wash dishes to get this bill off, fam. Like, that's not how shit work anymore,
I
bro. You know what I
mean,
mean?
you can wash dishes to get this bill off, but it's gonna take you fucking time, fam. You sure
Nah,
you
bro.
can get the time off work, fam?
Trust me, a lot of these restaurants, bro, they ain't going for that shit no more, bro. They ain't going for that. Like, nah. We got people to wash the dishes already, my nigga. You gotta pay
Yeah,
this bill.
nah.
Like,
There's a whole team on rotation, fam, already for that shit, fam.
yeah. We trust me, our dishes are washed, but we don't need anyone else washing dishes. What we do need though is someone to pay this bill, fam. That's what we do need, fam. So whoever you gotta call your bank, call your grandma, whatever you gotta do, bro. Like someone gotta fork this up in it because we also
But
got
we
people
gotta
that
do
cook back
something,
there. We
fam.
got a lot of shit going on, bro, and someone gotta pay this bill, fam. Like,
Man. Because if you don't pay, that means that we gotta pay. Because obviously you
yeah,
still
bro.
gotta do your thing, but then like our regular guys still gotta get paid for.
And that
So
means
yeah,
that you got
somebody
something
gotta
for
do
free,
something.
bro. And listen, in this thing, what did we
Say,
say before, fam? Nothing come for free, fam. Everything has a cost, bro. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a
say,
tooth, bro. Everything has a cost, fam.
yeah,
Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad,
regular
sometimes
thing
it's
as
different.
well. Yeah, that's the wickedest thing for me.
For real.
Oh, who was that? I was saying something to someone the other day where I was trying to explain like how time passes. They were like, oh, so how do you think it goes? And I'm like, yeah,
Mm.
the way that we look at it now, yeah, I think it's the basis for most of the shit that like we face. Like, i.e., let's say like the fear of not living up to your potential or whatever. You know what I'm saying? All this like, oh yeah, you've got a thing to do, so you're not doing it, and now you're depressed or whatever. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like all that bullshit's like all that shit goes out the window if we're not here for a reason.
Word. Word.
All that shit flies out the
It don't
window
even matter at that
if
point,
we're
you know what I
not
mean?
here to do something. Because like, what's the point in you being sad about existing if all you were here to do is exist, fam? You're gonna
Yeah,
be
legit.
happy with that, fam.
Legit.
You're gonna be super
Because
happy with just existing,
ultimately,
fam.
no matter what happens, bro, even if you meet all your potential and you exceed it and you do all like crazy world changing shit, not to downplay that because that's dope, but ultimately, it still is just existing. Meaning, even if you do all of that, ultimately, once you leave here, it doesn't actually even matter anymore. Like, if we just zoom out from the planet to the cosmos and all of this shit that they say is out there, bro, it doesn't actually really make that much, you know what I mean? But again, as I always
Not
say, no one
really.
really matters because we are the matter. Like, we create matter, we create
Yeah.
meaning. There is no meaning to life. We give meaning to life. Do you get what I mean? Like,
Yeah. But then somebody said something very interesting to that kind of like to that kind of sentiment that you're saying. It's like think of animals, right? Reptiles, mammals, whatever. There might be this, that. But they've got a thing that they do, fam.
mm,
Every day they've got this thing that they do, fam. They might not know exactly why they do the thing, but they understand that like that thing that I have to do is part of my
it's
it's
built
in
into
me.
their
It's
shit, innit?
inbuilt, fam. Yeah, like it's inbuilt into my shit. Like the thing that my species do is inbuilt into my shit, fam.
Yeah,
Like them baboons with the red butt cheeks and shit. Like
yeah.
when they show you that shit, like fam, it's about to be on, fam. It's not a
Yeah, it's about
joke,
to,
fam.
It's getting very
It's
real.
not playtime, fam. Yeah,
It's not a
niggas look
cartoon.
like they joking and shit, showing you their ass, but nah, they're not joking, fam. They're very serious with that shit. And it's like they don't understand why they do that, but they understand, that like if another monkey do that to them, oh yeah, that nigga mean business, fam. And so
Yeah.
now, oh yeah, we might have to like settle this somehow, fam. We might got to like fix this or sort this out or something, fam.
Keep talking.
Because they don't know why that is. You know what I mean? They don't look at the action itself and be like, oh yeah, this the action itself. Yeah. They just know like, oh, if another monkey bend over, show me his ass. Like it's go time in it. We better be fighting him. Like that's all they know. The crazy thing about us people, the human beings, is that like we still have that thing that's like, oh yeah, if you show me your ass, like we fight him. But then like we also got this other thing that's like, oh yeah, man, maybe you don't gotta fight this guy, fam. Maybe this guy is just crazy and he just showing his ass just to show his ass, fam. Maybe he not really being thing like that, fam. Or maybe he not being threatening towards you or whatever. Like he got like the capacity to think past the consequences of the decision and think, why? Literally, like that question, why would this animal, why would this happen? Why would I? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, that's the difference. Because that's where the reasoning comes in. Because it's like, if you can say if, or like if you can conceptualize the if concept, like you've exponentially grown the mind space in which you live, because now everything doesn't have to be one way or the other way. It can be, oh, okay, this guy felt like maybe I threatened him or something. Nah, I was just having a good time, showing my ass, having a laugh.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, I wasn't being threatening. I was just being in it.
I was just being
something I did could have came across as like being threatening, but I was just being. Like that's the difference. If you don't have that if thought, if you don't have that like what if, like now your whole shit is black and white, fam. And that's the only thing that separates us from all these other animals, is like we don't live in an if world, fam. If this, then that. If this, then that. It's like, if this, then it could be a bunch of other shit. And now we have to explore where those other roads go. You know what I mean? Like, if a nigga don't want to shake hands with me, maybe it's because he doesn't like me, or maybe it's because he going through some shit. Okay, maybe he going through some shit. Now we can explore what's the shit that he going through. Okay, maybe, you know what I'm saying, he's left the relationship, or maybe somebody died in the family, or somebody, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's lots of ifs.
There's so many different ifs.
With each one of those ifs, it's like you can keep going further and further and further down the if tree. That's the reasoning in it. That's reasoning from the shit.
Nah, for real. Nah, I hear that, man. And I think, again, like, where it's important to not get lost in the if, because I think the if world is one that you can exist in, and it can keep you in a constant state of not really doing anything, because you're always just thinking, what if? But if you can apply the black and white of the world, if you can apply that nuance, again, you can use it to navigate through, you know what I mean? Like, I think that's the whole point. I think...
Shit, you can make your own custom.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
ain't even got to navigate, fam. You can make your own path.
exactly. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
everybody, yeah. Ain't no sense in navigating when you can just go wherever you want.
But that is still navigation, though. Again, because we have to go back to the root of the world, innit? That is still navigation. You just
Mm,
navigate into your own route. You know what I mean? You're creating your
true.
own shit.
Yeah, yeah, true. It's funny how we use a C word for land, innit?
Say that one more time. So that was a battle rap
I
bar
said
just then.
it's funny how we use a C, like a word that's like built for like being out at sea for like land terms.
What do you mean?
Because well, navigating is like the Navy, innit? Like, again,
Or
break it down to the
like
root,
naval
you know what I'm saying?
exploration type shit.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like exploring the waters and seeing what's out there and all that kind of stuff. But then we use that for exploring the land and what's out there and all that kind of stuff. It's funny how we use the C word for land.
No, I think navigation. I don't think it's like. All right, I know you're not saying this. I'm not saying that you're saying this, but I don't think it's like strictly a C word. Meaning, I know that they use it a lot in like naval stuff, but also people that like the
Did you hear what you
geologists
just
and
had
people
said?
just like that.
You heard the, are you that? Are you that? Are you that? You
No,
heard
I'm
what
saying,
you just said?
geologists and people like archaeologists and shit, like that's a
Uh,
term that they also use like quite a lot. Like they'll navigate certain landscapes and
yeah,
like I
but
don't
that's what
think
I mean.
because
Like,
I hear what you're saying because it
It's
is
funny
more so
how.
used like language wise. It is more so used very specifically when it comes to like sea exploration. Like yeah, I hear you in it,
No,
but
not even, fam. Not even, because we use it, because more so we use it now to move over the land and shit. But I'm saying to you, look at the roots of those words that you just said, fam.
yeah,
You said we use the word navigating, and it's probably because the naval what? Yeah, see, we went into the naval thing. Like, we had
yeah,
to go to the
nav
water
naval
first
in it,
before
yeah,
we came
nav
back to
naval,
the
yeah,
land. You get
yeah,
me? You get me? And even when you're born and you're birthed out of the waters of your mother, fam, there's like your connection is the naval connection, because
yeah.
that's your belly button, isn't it? That's where you're connected with the umbilical, and it gets cut. And it's funny how we use C words to describe land shit.
It's just funny how there are certain words that just exist that derive from different things. Like even that's just like you're talking like sat nav, satellite navigation.
See,
You know what I mean?
satellite navigation from, yeah. And now we just call it Google Maps.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
you
But
trying to get anywhere, Google Maps that shit from.
yeah, yeah,
Google
yeah,
Maps
yeah.
will show you exactly where you are and where you're trying to get
And
at from.
you know what's mad as well is like to be fair, I don't even really use Google Maps that much. I use like the Apple Maps. But you know what I call it? I
Yeah,
call it
bro.
Google Maps.
Ah.
It's not
You know
even
what it
Google
is
Maps,
about the
bro.
Apple Maps here? Then
Hmm.
it's just not robust enough, man. Do you know what I mean? To compete with the Google thing, fam. It's just not.
You think?
Nah, it's not, fam. Because, like, bro, I'll put it like this here. When I'm here and I, let's say, go on my Find My thing here, and I go on the Maps thing, it's like the the exact address where I'm at here is never where my blue dot is, fam. It's always somewhere on the street, but it's never where I'm at. Whereas if I open up Google Maps right now here,
It's right
it will
there.
zoom it into the crib, fam. Like, it will zoom to like looking down on the crib, like the crib, not like, oh yeah, the street, or like another crib on the street. Like the where I actually am right now, fam. It will zoom
Right.
right there and show me like, oh, you're right here, fam. Where you trying to go, fam? Yeah. But the Apple thing is like, oh yeah, you on this street, and you know what I'm saying, you might be somewhere close, but it's like, nah, I'm already out my house, fam. I'm
See,
here, fam.
mine
I've
isn't
been
like
here
that, you
all
know.
the
Like
time,
mine's
fam.
quite like accurate to be fair. Like that's why I like use it more so because mine's quite
Go to new places here that you've never been, and yeah, you'll see the difference, fam. Trust me.
right. No,
Because it's
fair
like
enough. Fair enough.
in let's say like places that you be at regularly, maybe the device itself might be able to like map it out and be like, ah, okay, this is the street, or this is the street, or blah blah. So now I'm at such and such and such and such, right? But the Apple Maps thing doesn't need that. Fam. The Google Maps thing does not need that. I mean, the Google Maps thing, like you load that shit up straight away on your phone or whatever device you loading it up, fam. It's like boom, it's right there, fam. Wherever you sitting is where like the little blue dot is, fam. It's not gonna be like a couple of houses up the street or like a couple of streets away. It's gonna be like right there, fam.
See, again, as you're saying that, bro, like my Apple, the map that's just on like the home screen shit, like it do that, bro. Because as you're saying all this shit, I'm thinking like, yeah, that's what this shit doing it. Like, I don't know. Again,
Nah, I mean, I
go
don't
in
know.
different
Yeah,
places or
like
something, maybe, but like,
yeah. It's different. It's different when you go places where you don't like frequent in it. That's what I'm
right.
saying.
Fair
Because
enough.
like
Fair enough.
the device itself doesn't collect data enough to thing. Like you gotta like create a lot of data and a lot of footprints for it to kind of know exactly where you are, exactly when you're there, if that makes sense with the Apple thing. But with the Google thing, it's like, blood, you put that shit on your phone today, fam. It doesn't gotta like figure out where you be at, fam. It just be like, oh yeah, this phone usually be at these coordinates. This must be home, fam. Boom. Oh yeah, this phone usually be at these coordinates between this time and this time. This must be work, fam.
Right.
I've had to change my work like 3 times, fam.
You had to,
I've
you
had
had
to
to do
change
what?
my work, like the you know, like in the navigation thing, where you can
Right.
like put like home and work and blah blah blah.
Oh
I've had to
yeah.
change my work, like the work thing, like 3
3
times
times.
now. Yeah,
You moving about
because they
it.
still think I'm going to because they still think I'm going to work for them.
Right.
Nah, work is a different place now for them.
Yeah, a whole different
Gotta
place, fam.
recognize.
Whole other
But
side of
then
town type shit.
you hear me, but then after a little while, it will adjust and be like, oh yeah, this is what. Oh, okay,
Right.
cool.
And again, bro, like the Apple Maps does that, bro. Like if I ever set something somewhere, like
Yeah, but you got to
again,
set it. You see what I mean? You got to set it.
but that's why I said
Like,
if.
bro, if
That's why I said if though, it. Because like I don't like I was gonna say like I don't really set things in my phone. Like I think it's too big brothery, too they watching you shit. Like I don't really set shit like that. But I'm saying there's certain things like the yard thing where it's just set it. It's like yeah, but like this is where you wanted it, and it's like yeah, to be fair, that's where I'm at. Do you get what I mean? It's like I've never. The only thing I'll say with the Apple Maps, the only issue I've had is sometimes if I'm out somewhere, it might take a bit too long to load, like to load the map up properly in new
glitches,
locations.
fam. That's what I'm telling you. The Google thing doesn't have no glitches, fam. You open the app, you got
This
instant
guy writing for
connection
Google,
live,
innit?
live, fam. Yeah,
Nah, Apple Music do
I'm
be
trying to
nice,
keep the
bro. I
connection
got a sec
alive,
with the
fam.
fruit in it, like you know what I mean? Yeah, they be paying tune call right, bro. I got a big up. Have your 5 a day, bro. You know what I mean? I got Nah, I hear you. And again, I can't say anything because I don't really use Google Maps. You know what I mean? Like I don't use it enough to say nah, it's dead or yeah, it's really good. So I
Yeah,
can't
nah.
say
The
anything
day
to what you're saying.
when you start using Google Maps and you go through, you'll be like,
You
nah,
know,
this nigga was spitting, fam.
I'll use Google Earth. I'll use Google Earth to like look at different shit and that, but like
Not
not
the
really
same,
Google
fam.
Maps.
Not the same, fam. Not the same.
Now Google Earth is cool, bro. Google Earth is cool, fam. You go on TikTok long enough, fam, and it tell you to search for certain shit on Google Earth. It's like it's some mad shit, bro. Do you know what I mean?
Nah,
Like
you can see things. It's nice to see things and things.
Yeah.
It's nice
There
to
was
see things
there was
like
this one where the guy was basically showing like it's like screen recording his shit. So like he's on Google Earth in it, and he goes to like I think it's the North Pole. And he goes to the thing and he's zooming and he's zooming and he's zooming, and it's just ice, 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 ice. But it's like you have to just keep zooming in it. You have to go over here, go to these coordinates, and just keep zooming in. You zoom in long enough, bro, and it's like these fucking tropical trees and these like pyramid-looking buildings, and like there's like a fucking moose walking past us, and it's like this fucking tropical shit. Obviously, if you go in there now, you're not gonna see it, but like. Yeah, like I'll use Google Earth to look at like shit like that, you know what I mean? Like, or like football
I hear
stadiums around
that.
the world and shit, you know what I mean? Like,
It's excellent for that fun.
yeah, or like
Speaking
I'll
of
like
Google
fucking
Earth, yeah,
search mum's
there's
address or like somebody I know's address. Like, oh, look at their shit on like Google Earth as well, isn't it? Like,
nah. But you know what's dope about that, yeah? That I had no idea about. So I guess you know how Google got the whole like Google Earth thing. You go and they like take pictures and then like that comes part of the map or whatever. Blah blah blah.
yeah.
There was a guy in Zim, yeah. He went round basically the whole of Zim, like down all the roads, taking pictures, and basically put Zim roads on Google Maps basically by himself.
Oh shit. Was he hired by
Like
Google to do?
nah, they hadn't hired him, but he works for them now, and so he basically
Oh,
made
okay.
his own job at Google, basically.
That's mad. That's mad. And to be
Yeah.
fair, if you Google and a guy comes to you and says like, "Yo, I've mapped out the entire country of Zimbabwe, and here's all the proof," like, what are we saying? You can be like, "Yeah, get this guy on board in it because he's serious." You know what I mean? He's on his dean. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's cold, man.
Yeah,
That's
no,
cold.
they was like, yo, how we gonna get you on board, fam? We need you, fam.
Yeah. Well, really, we need the data that you've collected, but we know that you're going to come with that. So, yes, just if it's money he wants, just give money in it. It don't matter. Like we Google, nigga. Like money doesn't mean anything. To us, bro.
we got
You know what I
all
mean?
that.
Yeah. All this shit is
We
monopoly
got
money to
all
them, bro.
that.
Like, I can definitely imagine that those upper echelon, whether it's people, companies, entities, whatever, like I definitely believe that there's a different currency that they use that we've never heard of, that we'll never hear of, and by the time we hear of it, it's because they've already got like they don't use the shit no more. But there's definitely some other
Yeah.
money shit that they do, blood. Like I've got like this fucking Naruto game on my phone in it, and fucking like if you know have certain battles and shit and you'll get certain coins from certain type of events, and the different coins can buy you different shit. So if you've got like 200 of this coin, it's only really going to get you this. But if you got 200 of these ones, my nigga,
But
you can
you
get
got
some shit.
these
You know what I
ones.
mean? Like
Yeah, nah, you lit, fam.
yeah.
He
And
got
I
the
definitely
coin
think that's
coins. This nigga got the coins, fam. Alright.
them was
Yeah,
there.
type
Do you know
shit.
what I mean? Like type shit. And I definitely think that there's some things like that they definitely have gone in with their going in.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised because this money that we use right now is bullshit anyway. So it's
Oh
not. It
yeah.
wouldn't be super surprising.
Yeah,
It
it's all
wouldn't
in
be
the shit, isn't
super
it?
surprising. Yeah, fam.
Thing.
Listen, the U.S. Listen, my friend, you as my friend, just for you to know, fam. The U.S. dollar, the Great British pound, the euro, they're all going to pants very soon. The reason why is because they all rely on faith.
Yeah.
Because they all rely on faith in the US dollar. But as more and more countries are abandoning the, what do you call it? What's it called? The, nah, what's it called, man? There's like a word for it, fam.
Currency.
Ah, Nah, it's like the oil currency basically. I forgot what it's called now, fam. But it's basically the US dollar.
Right.
And seeing as how people are losing confidence, obviously they're starting to like sell off their dollars and shit in favor of like something a bit more like hard currency, money. So they're
Like, I
selling off
think
their
there was a something recently. It was either Russia or China or one of them just did a deal with some other country where they're basically like, yeah, we cutting out the US dollar altogether, bro. We just gonna trade in our currencies, fam. Was it?
yeah,
It was either Russia and China, or China and someone, or Russia and someone. Like,
yeah, Russia and China make sense at this point. Russia and
yeah, it was
China
one of
make
them. But
sense
they,
at this
because
point.
what they just basically like, yeah, from this point moving forward, we're not even gonna trade in US dollars anymore. We gonna believe in your currency instead of believing in theirs. Fuck their currency in it, like, yeah, man.
Pretty much. Or like we just gonna agree because you guys are like the actual superpowers, so we're just gonna agree to transact in your shit because I mean I guess everyone else does, right? But then it's like shit, everyone else wish that they didn't.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's like when you the big boy in the block, you can make everyone trade in your shit. But then when your power begins to slip and that, and when people have been doing these backdoor deals and
Yeah,
coming up with their plan to get you the fuck out of here, because believe you and me, them niggas is trying to get the America thing the fuck out of here, bro. Because if
man,
they get America out of here, everybody gonna follow. All the people that fucked with America is gonna follow them. Do you get what I mean? So it's like,
you know what's
yeah,
ill?
they just
I
trying to find
think
ways to just cut the currency into pieces, bro. Like,
I think they wouldn't really even have to do much, fam. They'd just have to like shore up their own currency, i.e., just keep getting gold. Do you know what I mean? Keep
but
getting
bro,
raw materials, actually
you know
minerals
what it
and
is,
shit.
though, fam.
But
You know what it is. 48 laws of power, fam. Destroy your opponent, absolutely, bro. Because the way that
yeah,
they've fucked this nigga up, like, America's already in mad debt to these motherfuckers, bro. Like, they got America bent over a seat, bro. Like, they in
man,
stupid debt to them. They manufacture all their shit. You know what I mean? Fucking now, it's like we're not even trading in US dollars anymore. We're gonna trade in our own shit, and we're gonna trade in that other
where we
country
gonna
shit.
trade in our
Fuck the
own
US.
shit? Yeah,
Like, destroy your opponent completely and absolutely, fam. Like, you don't leave any space for this motherfucker to get back up, fam. Like, if, bro, what do they say? If you
not
aim
at
for the
all,
king,
fam.
make sure you hit the head, bro. Like, if you're gonna shoot a shot, bro, you gotta kill that nigga, fam. You know what I mean? Like,
For real,
so they're hedging their bets
you gotta
all
make
around the
sure.
board, fam. Hotels everywhere, bro. Anywhere you land on this board, fam. Like, it's up for you, but, you
Yeah,
know,
it's all
at the
out, fam.
mercy, at
It's
the
all out.
mercy of me in it. It's monopoly. Do you know what I mean? If I've got hotels around the board, bro, you're at my mercy in it. I don't give a fuck how much money you
Straight,
got. It don't matter, bro, because I own all this. All this is mine, bro. And
and you
because it's
pay rent to
monopoly,
me
I
every
can just
time
make
you land
side
here,
deals
fam.
with you, fam. If you land on my shit and you can't afford it, alright, bro, say nothing. You ain't gotta pay me nothing, bro. That's cool. But
Say
alright,
less, fam.
give me the two utilities instead of it. I'll take them. Nah,
Yeah, I'll
but
take that.
bro. Well, if you don't give me the utilities, bro, then you out the game in it, like, because you landed on my shit. You know what I mean? It's like you make the sideways deals, the front way deals, the back way deals, and it's like,
Oh, that,
yeah,
fam.
man. This, as you said, I definitely
Yeah.
think we're in the tail end of this shit. But it's similar
Oh,
to
yeah.
a rapper that's fallen off, in the sense of the rapper's always the last one to know that they fell off in it. Like, again, I'm not gonna make it about Homeboy because, you know. But if we look at an artist like Drake, who is
And then
him
you proceed to name
generation.
him by name.
Yeah, because at this point in our relationship, it's like we might as well just do that. Do you know what I mean? But again, I don't ever
Fam.
speak on the shit in depth. I only ever speak about him if I'm speaking about totality shit, nothing in relation to myself. But like, if you look at an artist like Drake, in terms of if you look at a single rapper in our generation, last 10, 15 years, if you want, if there's any one rapper you have to say, like, who's been the guy, even if he's not your favorite guy, who's the one that's kind of risen above all this,
he has
right?
been the guy, fam.
But it's like there also comes a time where people don't want to hear that shit. And I'm not saying people don't want to hear his shit. Don't get me wrong, because there will always be an avenue for that. But I mean, the Will's laughing. You know, Will's laughing because he knows shit that I'm not going to talk about on the pod. Like, he has more information. That's why. But it's fine. I'm going to hold it. But what I'm saying here is like, once upon a time, he had like a grip on the culture, if you want to call it that. Like, he had a hold on shit. And in a completely neutral way, being fair and non-biased, I think it's fair to say that he maybe doesn't have the same grip of the culture that he once had.
Yeah,
but
that's
what
fair.
tends to happen in that
That's
is,
fair.
even if your popularity and stuff starts to go down and whatever, you don't really ever see the repercussions of that till much later on. Like, if you look at, take it off of Drake, look at the NWA story and all that sort of shit. Like, they didn't really realize how bad they was getting done until the bailiffs and shit was at the door. Do you get what I mean? Because they mansion, they spending money, and they bitches and they doing shit. So you can't, like, so when man are coming and say like, yo, this brother's robbing us, you know, fam, like, this Jewish nigga's robbing the fuck out of us, bro. Like, to you, you're like, I'm not getting robbed, nigga. Like, I'm getting, and you don't really see it until it's too late.
My house.
Do you know what I mean? You don't really see it until it's manifested to a point where you can't do anything about it now. So when the bailiff's at the door and you said, oh yeah, take it off my card, and you put the card in, it's like, bro, the card's been declined. What you mean decline, bro? This is the company card that I use for everything, bro. We use it at the strip club, we use it for bitches, we use it for alcohol, we use it for, like, there's always money on this, bro. It's like, nah, ain't nothing on there, bro. Like, it's not, you trying to call the accountant answer his phone, like, it's too late past the point. Do you know what I mean? It's too late past the point. And I think it's just a similar thing in terms of, like, America, which was the original point I was making, was just to say that I don't think, I'll be honest with you, I think America's already fallen. If I'm being completely honest with you, I think it's already done.
They toppled already. Yeah.
But we're not really going to see the manifestation for that for quite a while. When you talk about, like, just human history and how long it is and shit, 20 years in the scope of human history isn't a long time. 50 years isn't a long time. 100 years isn't a long time. I think that the entity that we call America will be here for the foreseeable future, but we're going to see the deterioration, and it's going to be a slow rot. It's not going to be fire and brimstone like the Bible say. It's going to be a slow rot that's going to slowly decay outward. And I think that's going to last for a very long time. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, there's places in America that's already like that, bro. Like, I know, obviously, Detroit is kind of maybe getting the shit bit back together now, but there are a lot of places in America, bro, that look like I Am Legend, my nigga. Like, in real life, bro. Like, you go there, and them shits is just...
There's a lot of places in America that look like Africa.
Nah, don't do Af like that, bro. Don't do Af like that.
Nah,
Af is beautiful.
Honestly, fam. Nah, that's what I mean, fam. Motherfuckers think,
okay.
Africans like this, Africans like that. Nah, it look just the same as your shit, fam. Just the same, fam.
Yeah.
We the same out here, fam.
Well, I mean, I guess in a simplistic sense, yes. yeah, we are. I guess, like, all bacteria is bacteria. If that's what you mean, then yeah, we the same in it. Like, yeah, but I definitely think there are different types of bacteria. I don't think all bacteria is made equal and the same, but I think that's how it's supposed to be. I don't think everything is supposed to be equal and the same. Like, I just don't believe that. Because if that was the case, then there would be, they say there's 14 billion people in the world or whatever. If that was the case, there would be far more people who actually live wonderful lives and are wonderful people.
Right.
And I'm not saying that doesn't
There would be
exist.
more.
I'm not saying that doesn't exist.
Oh
I'm
no,
just saying
that's the thing.
when we look at
That's it.
just a mass of how people live, a lot of time, bro, like it's not really that, because usually to kind of climb to a certain financial stature, you have to be willing to cross some moral lines. Let's say you have to be willing to allow other people to suffer so that you can be successful. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
And usually people that are willing to do that, without trying to overly generalize, usually people that are willing to do that maybe aren't the most happy people in the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah, usually not.
Not always, because there's no always of everything. Like that doesn't exist. But
No, that's why I said usually.
yeah, but like, yeah, I'm agreeing with you in it. Like, I'm agreeing with you. I'm
Usually.
like, yeah, usually, like that tends to be the case. People usually tend to ascend in one way or the other. Because there's a lot of amazing people that I know that ain't really got it like that. But in terms of the currency of a human being, they wealthy beyond
Yeah,
belief,
they
bro.
do got it like that. Yeah.
Yeah, like just anyone they around is just drawn to them, bro. They just have such an energy and a charisma and just a real vibrant thing. Like in terms, again, I've said before, like energy is the currency that we deal in as human beings. Like in terms of that currency, they up, bro. But in terms of maybe pounds and pence or dollars, it maybe doesn't look like that.
Not
And
at all.
vice versa. There's some people who bank account, bro, up, fam, up, bro. Like different levels of up, bro. But as a
But they
human being,
themselves are not from.
maybe not somebody you'd have over for dinner. Do you get what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
so
type shit.
shit.
Nah, yeah. People are about complicated from. I realize.
But they're supposed to be.
Yeah,
I think all of
that's why
we are
a
all just
person can be good,
manifestations of the
can be
same
really
thing, bro.
good.
Like you said before about the crystals and shit. Like these are just all manifestations of different types of energy reacting to itself. Like there's something to learn from shit human beings. There's something to be learned from that. There's something to learn from good human beings. There's something to learn from rich people. There's something to learn from poor people. There's always something to learn because we're not the same. So you say we're all the same and shit. I get what you meant, and I'm not twisting your words, but that's why I was like, I don't think we're all the same, because I know me and certain people, and are just not built the same way, bro. Like me and we're just not built the same. Like your moral integrity doesn't stand where mine stands. Like, or in the same way, maybe your self-awareness doesn't stand. Whatever it might be, but that's all right. Like, that's cool. We're not supposed to be the same, because there's still something I'm able to learn from any interaction with you. Whether I learn that from you or learn that about myself, whatever it might be, there's still something to take, and hopefully it's the other way round as well. Do you get what I mean? Like hopefully you can always impart something to somebody else that can be beneficial. You know what I mean? Like,
Amen.
aye. But you know what? Boo! Hey, you with an afro, beat it, get a rest, put the music back on. Enough of this woke shit. Enough of this woke shit. We don't want to hear that shit, Sharif. You know what I mean? Like, even though they really do want to hear it, but you know what I mean? It's fine.
No, they do. They do.
I have some things written down, and we've gone so long. It's been beautiful because it's just like natural and shit. So I would be remiss to not touch on some of these shits. So I'm going to just read the list. I want you to hear everything, and anything that grabs your attention, we'll go to it. I want to go top to bottom as I've heard it. Okay, so Beyonce's Ivy Park and Adidas part ways.
Wow.
Paul O'Grady passed away.
Oh, wow, that's even more crazy.
Rest in peace, Paul O'Grady. The actor Jonathan Majors the accusations that were made against him.
Oh yeah, that shit being dropped and shit. Like, yeah, that's good for him.
Ye coming back to social media and his comments about Jonah Hill and 21 Jump Street.
Uncle Ye.
Tyrese's girl saying that Paul Walker was more her type and he wasn't. Interesting stuff.
That was crazy. That's crazy. Yeah.
Ooh, an interesting one, which this is, again, allegedly, I don't know this for a fact. These are just kind of the words, the word on the online streets. But do you remember, it might have been a year or so ago, there was the R. Kelly album that came out while he was locked up.
There was R. Kelly what now when he was locked up?
All right. Obviously, R. Kelly is like all the shit about him, so he's been in jail for a while, innit? But there was like an album that came out. Do you remember that?
There was an album that came out?
Oh, you didn't even hear about it? Oh, man. Again,
no, I didn't
it might have been like
about that shit, you?
Nah, there was an album that came out and it was on Spotify and shit. R. Kelly new album and shit. But it's like, in a lot of the songs, he was talking about the things that were going on while his name was hot in the media. And in the songs, he was talking about shit like that. And so the things come out. Obviously, it's up for a little bit. People are talking about, oh shit, how the fuck is he putting out? And then it like Spotify took it down. Do you get what I mean? But it's shit that you didn't hear of that because you would think. But basically, the word on the online streets is that was AI.
Oh, and that brings me
to the next thing. Have you seen the video, whether on TikTok or Instagram or Twitter or whatever, the guy who did the AI song with Kanye's voice? Have you seen that?
Yes, I did see that still. Oh my God, how could we not be talking about that right now?
What do you think of that, bro?
Oh my God. Ultimately, it's a fallacy because it's still gotta be some nigga from controlling and inputting the inputs to make the this and the that. It's a fallacy, fam.
I have mixed opinions about it. Go on.
This is what I think. I think for a time we will be into it because the novelty and shit, but because they can't do what we can do in terms of like, I don't know, maybe that's prejudice as well, isn't it? I was gonna say they can't evoke emotion the same way, but then I feel like as the novelty of it's a machine that made this kind of wears off, it might even be to a stage where it's like, the whole thing is dominated with machine music. I want something different now. So people gravitate towards something a bit more people-y.
I hear you, and I don't disagree with you. I would maybe give a counterpoint and say, we've already been living in the generation of machine music, meaning me as an artist, my music exists solely on the basis of digital innovation, meaning I'm not in here playing instruments, really. I might have an electronic keyboard that I plug into an electronic laptop and shit, but I'm not here playing instruments and plucking keys and hitting drums. And we've already been living in the era of electronic music, like in the 80s.
Yeah, but
if you told in the 80s, in the 70s, if you told them niggas that music will be made how we're making it now, they would have laughed out the room. Like, there's no way that niggas is gonna fuck with shit that somebody made on a laptop. You're telling me they press the A key and the D key and the F key and that's fire? Yeah, get the fuck out of here, bro. There's nothing that you can make on a laptop that's gonna fuck with what we're doing.
It's different.
You know what I mean?
It's different in a sense. It's different in the sense now that, like, yeah, them niggas in the 80s might have laughed at us being able to press buttons or whatever, but still, like, it's still a people that's pressing a button. You know what I'm saying? It's still a person that has an idea, that puts an idea together. Even like the Loop guys. Never thought I'd be defending them niggas. But yeah, here we go, fam. Even the Loop guys, fam. It's like that loop, like it still requires for them to like assemble it, if that makes sense. For it to be, let's say, a cohesive idea or a cohesive thing that like, let's say, drives impact or drives people's ears to it or whatever. Like, it still has to be a people thing. And like this formula that even the machine is going to be using to generate that shit, it's only looking at the patterns that have been laid before it. Do you know what I mean? It's only looking at, of the 500,000 or so like hit singles that there have been over the last 10 years, this is the commonality between them. You get it?
Yeah,
So, like, I
but
get what
to
you're
a
saying when you're
degree,
saying
like
we already
music has
live in it.
been
But
that
then
the
it's
whole
like,
time, though, bro. Like music's always been a derivation of what came before it. Like,
but then the difference is now that like the difference is now that like what's coming after is something else that is doing the creating, and nobody is responsible for said creating, unless we're gonna now credit, let's say, the makers of the AI as like the writers of these records and the producers of these records and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's the difference. It's always a person that puts the idea together, and I think that's what
is it?
makes shit acceptable.
Is it always a
I
person that puts a
mean,
person?
I mean,
This is what I'm saying.
okay,
I hear you on like a
what
surface
does that
level of the
then? What does that
conversation. Like
then?
I do hear you in it. I don't want to make it sound like I'm disagreeing with you because I'm
No,
not
but okay,
disagreeing with you.
when would it not be a person putting the shit together? Aside from like right now, when we've got this powerful AI that can now like do the shit. When
Okay.
would it not be a
But
people?
when you say a person putting it together, do you mean a person putting sounds together? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I mean, like that's
Because
what I was saying. Even
because
the loop guys, fam,
my counterpoint
because
to
the loop
that
guys,
is
because
to
the
say
loop
that
guys will get loop
with
packs and put those together
AI,
and shit.
it's essentially like special effects in movies, right? If we go back 10 years and look at the special effects when Marvel first started doing shit, and we look at it now in that 10-year space, how they've been able to sophisticate and develop that shit based on what they did before is leaps and bounds ahead. What I'm saying is, I think the misconception about AI is like, it's like the movies where it's this self-sentient thing, which it is.
No, it's still
self-sentient
somebody
on the basis of a program. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
So the self-sentience comes from the basis of a programming. Do you get what I mean? And so I believe I'm never gonna. Okay, let me never say never, but I can't foresee a time where I'll want to kind of use anything like this. But I can definitely foresee a time where AI in music will begin to make a lot more sense. Meaning, not even to bring it to something like this, but artists that pass away that may have shit that they was working on that they really wanted to do certain with, but you know, certain shit is whatever, and
it never got finished or whatever.
It just never got finished. And now there's a program that you're able to upload years of history and intelligence and stuff in regards to how these vocal patterns are performed and the type of things that are put together, the themes, the concepts, with this highly sophisticated intelligence. One of my, this is, sorry, a tangent. One of my biggest problems with a lot of God rest his soul, Pop Smoke. In fact, hold on. Yeah. One of my biggest issues with a lot of the posthumous stuff that they released from him was that y'all have taken a bunch of drafts and you've just tried to put like the most famous people on them and just like make it work because the people on it are lit. But none of this shit sounds like anything. When I listen to any of that stuff, all I could hear, and maybe it's biased, but I was listening to it, is like, this doesn't sound like anything this nigga would have put out. Like, this doesn't sound like anything that he would want out as an artist. And I understand being an artist when, let me just make myself clear, I am not speaking about Will or Secret Life at any point in this conversation. Let me just make that abundantly clear, because it could sound like a sub, so it's definitely not to you. But I have, as an artist, definitely had instances where I've sent vocals to somebody or sent somebody a verse or something like that. And I feel like I've tried to lay it down as clearly as and as understandably. So like, this is how I want my shit to sound. And that person takes that and they interpret that in a way where I hear it back. I'm like, what the fuck is this, bud? Like, and you put this out, bro, and you didn't even check with me, bro. Like you didn't even say like, yo, how does this sound to you? Like, you just put this shit now my voice is out there existing in this way that I don't like. But to you, you think it sounds great. Or you think it sounds fine. Or maybe because my vocal isn't the most important thing of what you're trying to do, you don't pay that much attention to it. It's just put the vocal in, make sure it fits, make sure it's whatever, da-da-da-da-da. But do you know what I mean? It's like, I've definitely had experiences where people have put shit out that I've done for them, and I wasn't happy with how they've put it out. I wasn't happy with how it sounded. They've put the verse in the wrong place, or they've not aligned it, or the way that they've fucking tuned it and EQ'd it is just fucked. Like, I've had those experiences, and I think what a sophisticated AI allows is for instances where an artist potentially may not be able to do, bro, even take death out of the picture, bro. Say like an artist that grows old and just Beanie Siegel, bro, like a Beanie Siegel who had like his health complications and like got a lung removed and shit. So like he can never sound how he used to sound. Like, he'll never be able to sound like that again. And a sophisticated AI allows somebody like that to be able to still program his voice to sound that way if he wants to sound that way. Do you get what I mean? It's like, I think it's very easy to jump out and just be like, it's bullshit, and they da-da-da-da-da. And a lot of levels it is. A lot of levels it is bullshit.
Game is built on, but remember that this whole thing, even like the popularity contest, it's built on credibility, right? And it's like, if we can even... Well, I mean, credibility in the sense that like it's proven to somebody, and then that,
or is it built on clout?
Comes and says, well, yeah, I mean, clout, credibility, it's the same thing, right?
No. I don't believe so. I believe there could be some overlap between the two, but I don't believe clout and credibility are the same thing.
Maybe me using credibility is the wrong word. I mean, like, it's proven, like the social proof thing we were talking about.
Okay,
right?
That's better. Yeah, proven's like, better. Yeah,
right? Better. This song might be really cool or whatever, but then like, if we know that it was AI, like that little like rapper that they tried to bring out and be like, oh, an AI rapper. Like, motherfuckers is like, yeah, nah, fuck out of here with that shit, fam. That's not.
All right, so Will, I have a question for you. What if we've been getting AI music this whole time, but we just didn't know? In the same way that there were loads of rappers who were getting niggas to write verses for them, but we just didn't know. Again, we talk about the whole Drake shit, and you know what I mean, at a point everyone's like, oh, da-da-da-da-da, and then that whole thing happened, and his credibility, the word that you used before, his credibility was challenged because people were like, oh shit, niggas is writing his verse. Niggas never said the verses were trash, or niggas never said the verses weren't good. It's like, oh shit, you not writing them, so we can challenge your credibility. But if we never knew that, I mean, it's like, do you get what I mean? But it's like, what if the thing has been the AI the whole time, but we just don't know that? They tried to roll out the AI thing just to see how people would receive it, Because like what it would take
But
is
then
for
if
another massive rap beef where one of these rappers say, yeah, and that's why. Like, all right, let me not say Drake. Let's say fucking give me an artist name quickly.
Kendrick.
That say Kendrick gets into a big rap beef with fucking, I don't know, J. Cole. They really going at it. And J. Cole come out and say, yeah, that's why Kendrick been using AI to make his shit for the last 5 years, tricking y'all niggas, thinking like he the walkest nigga in the what. Like, what if J. Cole came out and said that? It was like, oh shit, Kendrick's been using AI this whole time, bro. Like,
But you know,
oh,
but
like,
you know, it's like it might be something that's like subculture now, yeah. But it's still the foundation and the basis of this thing as a and not as a money making enterprise, but like a, as a practice. It's like you still gotta write your own shit, fam. Yeah, the masses might fuck with you and be like, yeah, you cool. But like Drake can't be in that top 5 rappers of all time conversation now because of all that. Because there's rules. You know what I'm saying? We
it
all
depends
like
what
as much as
conversation you're
we
having, to
get
be fair.
as if we
And
talk
you know
about
that
the
I have
best
no
rappers,
incentive to say that in it. You know that I have no
yeah,
incentive to say that. I'm just saying it depends what conversation you're having. Because the reason that Jay-Z is number one on a lot of people's lists is the same reason why you'd have to include Drake on a lot of those top 5 lists. Because, you know what I mean? But, sorry, I interrupt you. Carry on. Carry on.
oh no, dog. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, if we have been getting AI music all this time, then fair enough. But like, if it would be a difference if we knew that we've been getting AI music all this time. I don't think people would fuck with that shit for that long. I think the next thing would come up and be the popular thing because I don't think hip hop as a I don't know, just as a thing, as a competitive sport, let's say, it just is not gonna like it's it's not gonna like stand that thing. Because at least
It's still a
if
lot
you ain't
worse, bro.
write the shit, man, if you at least if you ain't write the shit, at least you rap the shit. You know what I'm saying? At least there's like a little bit of something there that we can hang on to. But now if y'all niggas ain't rapping your shit, then this shit might as well be dead in the water, fam. You might as well just leave this in 2023, fam.
We keep invoking the name of hip hop in it, but we have to remember like what hip hop was built on, bro. Like
It's not this. It's
it
definitely not what it is now.
this is not hip hop, bro. It might be hip. I don't know what it is, but like what hip hop was when they made it and what they birthed it to be, there are still elements of that, of course, that exist, but this is a much bastardized version of that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I only say that
And
to
I
say
don't
I hear
know.
what you're saying, but hip hop has
I don't
accepted
think
a lot
people.
worse. Like hip hop has accepted a lot
But
worse than that.
I don't think we as the hip hop community are gonna like keep like I put it like this. It's not gonna keep being the dominant thing forever. That's like a given. We know that like shit is gonna change. You know what I'm saying? Oh
I
yeah,
think
no, this shit gonna
I
be
think
over with, fam.
as long as
We
black
getting to the
people
end of that
do
shit
it
now.
for the majority, it will always be the dominant thing. I think they will try to convince
But
people
that's
it's
what I
not.
mean. Black people gonna go on to do other different shit, fam.
Nah,
That's what I mean, fam.
they won't.
This is exactly what's happened every time, fam. We had rock and roll, yeah. That's not us anymore, fam. We had jazz, man. That's hardly us anymore now, fam. But like all these things
But
have like been
if
the
you
more popular
like
music
all of
or the
those things
most
that you just
popular
named,
genres.
yeah, all of those
Mm,
things, they're separate genres. Of course they are, right? Of course they are. But
mm,
back to what I was saying before about all music is just the music derived from what came before it. If you listen to black people jazz, black people rock, black people hip hop, like if you listen to it, it all
mm.
really is. You can hear all of it in all of it. Do you get what I mean? Like you can hear
Mm.
the lineage of all of it. That's why
Yeah.
Kanye and soul sample
then-
shit went through the roof early. Like
But
you can
then
hear the lineage in all of it.
part
You know what I
about
mean?
it, but then that's the coldest part is that like I won't say the keepers, because we're not the keepers and we ain't been the keepers for a long time. But like
Definitely.
the ones that are there at the forefront of the creation and the development of the thing, like if they all decide, which has happened lots of times, fam, in all this time, fam, if they all just decide like, yeah, now we're not behind this, like everybody that was behind whatever it is that they said, now we're not with this, they go with whatever they said. Think about it. Rock and roll fizzled out, and then it was another thing, and then it was disco, and disco fizzled out because then that became not cool, and then like everyone was doing disco, everyone was dressing like a disco guy, and everybody had disco hairstyle and rollerbladed, and the niggas was like, yeah, no, this is not cool no more, fam. We're going to go ahead and do something else, fam. It's like we always gonna control what is, I guess, the popular thing, but like we always gonna control what is the popular thing.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? We're always gonna decide like, yeah, this, like, I don't know how this version of hip hop is hanging on. It's like threads, fam. But like usually by this point in the cycle, we kind of have realized like, oh, you know what, this is not really for us. Fam. We finna go and do something else. Usually.
You know what it is as well. I think that again, when we look back to like the genres that kind of dominated different periods of time and shit in the sort of more modern history, it's like we didn't name any of these shits, meaning when Black Niggas was doing blues, like we named it blues, but we didn't name it blues. That was the name it kind of was given type shit, because the blues was speaking to like a mood, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, I got the blues, like it was like, do you know what I mean? And then you go to jazz, like Black Niggas didn't say, oh, we're gonna do this thing called jazz. They just started doing this sound and it was later categorized as jazz. You go to rock, it's like Black Niggas started doing this sound and it was categorized to this. Like even the hip hop shit.
If you peep how each one of those pillars was destroyed, yeah, it's like, yo, all they gotta do is introduce bitches twerking, niggas getting high, niggas getting drunk, and then that's it, fam. And then you just watch that shit chop all over, fam. It's like, even with blues / jazz, yeah, it started off being about people talking about their emotions and feelings and shit. And then obviously, you know, they get inducted into these industries or whatever. And it's like, oh yeah, there's a guy there with coke all the time. So like he can just be a coke guy, or like there's a guy there with heroin all the time. So he can just be a heroin guy. And it'll be cool because it's rock and roll.
It was like grinding on each other and shit. Like,
it's cool because it's rock and roll. And that's exactly how it goes, fam. So now I think we at that point, fam, where it's like, whatever fuckery gonna go on after this, it's gonna not be on hip hop's head, fam. Because like it's gonna be some new fuckery, fam, that's gonna come in and obliterate the old fuckery and make that shit look like child's play. Make that shit look like kids playing in the school playground, fam.
Yeah,
that's what happened, right? The blues was all like thing, and then you know the rock and roll guys came, and the rock and roll guys were like super edgy, and they were taking drugs all the time, and it was cool, and then that kind of like was not the cool thing anymore. And then it was like the discos guys, and the disco guys came. And at first they were all talking about how lovely it is to be in love and how cool it is to like be alive. But then after a while, it's like, I love to party and drink champagne and cheap coke, and everybody then becomes that. Everybody then perpetuates that same thing. Like society dresses like the rock stars in the 50s / 60s. They dress like the the disco guys in the 70s and you know what I'm saying to the 80s. They dress like the gangster rap guys in the 90s. You know what I'm saying? Like it follows whatever we say is cool is what is cool, basically. And I
Yeah.
think at some point we let go of those other things and said, yo, this is no longer representing us anymore. This is no longer like really speaking to what we're
Yeah.
trying to speak to. So we're not with this no more.
Yeah.
And I think we're getting close to that point now with hip hop, like modern day fam. I think we're getting close to the point where we all as people just wisen up and be like, blood, this shit is fucking killing us, fam. This shit is fucking doing no good for us at all, fam.
Yeah. No, I hear you. But I think that's that's more so the more, I don't want to say mainstream, but the hip hop that's like pushed to people, because there's definitely still artists that are creating like what you maybe call the essence of this shit. There's still not only like older artists, but new artists that are still on that. It's just obviously that's not really put in your face as much, you know what I mean? So where I hear you with stuff like,
they're not
go on.
the popular status quo. You know what I mean? Those guys are usually like the underground guys, or like the guys that are not as like perceived not as cool as the other guys, or like they don't got the chains and the cars and the bitches and shit. It's yeah,
It's like a different thing, innit?
those it's those guys are the backpack guys. They're not as cool anymore. Whereas like in the early 2000s, it's cool. Like you can be a backpack guy. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? We the trap guys are gonna say our shit, but like you can be a backpack guy if you want, friend. But now it's like you can't. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Because it's looked at as like antiquated now. It's like, oh, it's like corny now,
Yeah.
innit? Like,
And so for that reason, at some point, because the consciousness does kick in, fam, at some point that that primordial thing that speaks to you and tells you where to go and where to not go, it's gonna speak and say, yo, this ain't it, fam. You man,
yeah,
this is not the one, fam. This is
this is not
definitely
the way.
not the one, fam. And then
Nah,
yeah, and then we'll be on to the next rock and roll.
the next rock and roll.
Yeah, fam. On to the next rock and roll, on to the next jazz, on to the next goddamn EDM or whatever, because that's another thing as well. If we're really gonna go into it, you know what I mean? All these EDMs and all this shit that they fucking love off in Eastern Europe where they don't like black people that much, I've heard.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. We'll just say that for yeah. And
just
it's
leave it at
understood.
that, innit?
Yeah, we know.
So, what do you think would be next if there was going to be like any particular thing?
You know what? I couldn't even tell you what would be next, man. Because the same niggas that was listening to like Little Richard and shit and being like, yeah, rock and roll's the greatest thing. Can't picture anything being better than this. It's like I live in that time where hip hop is the greatest thing. Can't picture anything greater than that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's one of those fans. So it's like it's the new guys. And like the crazy thing is, those new guys, they'll come with their concepts and shit. And like we, the old guys, will be like, oh yeah, nah, this is whack because yeah, this is whack because
because it's not this or it's not that, or like, yeah,
you know what I mean? Which everything needs proper guidance in order to grow and flourish to its like fullest potential, to like its truest potential, right? Like
yeah,
you wouldn't leave a hedge to grow on its own because it's just gonna grow wild. It's gonna be out in the street. It's gonna
yeah.
be
It's gonna just be
all the way in your land. Like, you know what I mean? And this is gonna be like a hedge bush there that's like taking up half of your garden or whatever. You know what I mean? So everything needs a bit of like proper guidance or whatever. But yeah, even the guides couldn't tell you how the road gonna go from. You know what I mean?
That's it, yeah. Legit.
Even the guides are our old heads are like OGs when they advising us and shit. It's not like they can see what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
They just saw what happened before and were like, oh yeah, so I guess if this happens then that. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't have the complete roadmap, so we could never really, I guess, predict where the shit gonna go. But if the shit carries on going how it's going now, it's gonna be like 2 minutes of silence, and then a middle C, and then a minute of silence, and that'll be like the number one hit fam. That'll be like the shit that's like popping in the streets fam. Just middle C fam.
Just one key.
Yeah. And just a quick hey. And the niggas would be like, yeah, it's the greatest rapper that ever lived, fam. Yeah, I ain't hopped on that shit, fam. He ain't even leaving no pockets, fam. He said, hey.
Bruh, it's
The
like,
greatest rapper that ever lived, fam.
again, no hate in it. I don't mean this in a bad way, but it's like that Lil Uzi Vert song, like Wanna Rock or whatever it's called. It's like, the instrumentation is cool and all that, but as a song, it's shit, bro. Like, there's no words on the song. Like, say nothing, fam. Like, it's
Man,
ad-libs on the
even
track, bro. You know what I mean?
that little Yachty thing, what's he say? He say, I took a walk to
Poland.
Poland. You walked all the way to Poland, my G. That's crazy
Yeah, bro.
for you,
And
fam.
it's like, it's the same with that song. It's like, bro, I'll be honest with you, I like that little shit, fam. I took the walk. Like,
Stop it.
I like that shit in it. But it's like, as a song, it's garbage, bro. It's a garbage song,
Man.
but there's quality in the garbage. It's what Daylight describes as like a trash fire in it. You know how like bombs will set a garbage bag on fire to get heat? It's like there's heat from it, but it's trash in it. It's a trash fire, bro. Like it's heat, but it's garbage, but it's heat. You know what I mean?
Dumpster fire, fam.
Yeah, them type shits. Them type shits.
That's crazy. Nah, I don't know, dog. I feel like if, because the original thing is like we was talking about AI, right? And being like, at what point do we accept or not accept the thing, right? It's like, okay, let's say we now live in a world where all music is AI based, or all music that you hear is just AI made. There's gonna be niggas like you and I, my friend, that like blood. We need to do something. We need to get that shit out of our system somehow, fam. So how they gonna do that, fam? If all the music is AI based, how am I gonna get my complex idea and make
Because
a
we can
beautiful
base
picture?
the AI on all of these amazing rappers, bro, that do all of that shit. Like, we can get the conscious AI from, like...
Man, but that's not the same thing, though.
Nah, it's
Basically,
not.
not key.
It's not, but to a new generation of consumers that don't know any better, that just come into the shit, like, they ain't gonna know no different. You know what I mean? That's like the other side of it. It's like, it's not the older people that they sort of aiming this shit towards. It's the ones coming in, bro. And the music just gets more and more and more AI. It's video game music at this point. I'm sure you've heard of an artist called Yeet, innit?
Yeah.
It's like that type shit. And then again, that's not a diss. It's just an observation. It's like, this isn't about artistry or musicianship. It's video game music, innit? Like it's just background music type shit. And it's like, a lot of these things I feel is heading in that direction already. So when these youngers come in, bro, where their OGs is Lil Uzi Vert, where they look at Lil Uzi Vert the way that like I might look at someone like Wayne. Because to the older heads,
Man.
me looking at Wayne as like one of the greats in this shit is an absolute like disgrace to some of the older heads. Do you get what I mean? But like
Yeah, true.
to me, like Wayne is
Because they're
Wayne in
gonna be
it,
like, yeah, what about Big Al? What about? What
and
about?
I'm gonna be like, yeah, I hear you, but Wayne is Wayne in it. In the same way, bro. When these youths that are youths now, when they get older, they're gonna say that about Uzi and them. But like, yeah, but what about fucking? What about Black Thought? And
Nah,
they're like, yeah, yeah,
on
yeah,
a,
cool,
on a,
but
on a,
Uzi in it,
on a,
like.
nah, on a spiritual level, fam. When they straighten out with the spirit level, fam, they know that's not the case, fam. They know he's shit, fam. They know it, fam.
But you
They
saying
say
when they
on Twitter
straighten
all
out
the
on the
time,
spirit
fam.
level, that's assuming they're gonna straighten out on the
Mm.
spirit level, bro.
Man, they know, fam. They know, fam.
Alright. Alright, bro.
The guy wouldn't even rap, fam. The guy wouldn't even rap on Sway, fam. They know, fam.
Say again.
I said the guy wouldn't even rap on Sway, fam. They know, fam.
Yeah, but they
He
don't
ain't got
care,
it like
fam.
that.
That's the thing. You're applying them knowing to them caring, bro. Like he didn't rap on Sway, and his career didn't suffer at all, blood. If anything, he got bigger because of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but he's not there for long now, fam. He's not about now, fam. He might be like still doing his thing or whatever, but
Wait,
tail end business,
who are
fam.
you talking about?
Easy.
All right, bro. All right, bro. That's what
I said, all right.
again, I'm not going to cape for Uzi. I'm not necessarily an Uzi fan. I do think he's talented, but it's not really for me. But I'll tell you this, bro. Uzi is on the up and up, fam. Like, how long he'll be here, as he said, like I don't know in it. I can't speculate, but there's a very big investment behind Uzi, and I've seen a couple little things that makes me feel like that's an investment that really worked out, bro. If he was a stock, that's a stock that went up, bro. Like that's the stock that went up, fam. Like, yeah, some of this Uzi shit that I see, and I know you can't trust everything that you see, and like, and I get that in it, but Uzi's one of those guys who it really seems like when he go out on the road, bro, like they're gonna purchase the ticket to see Uzi,
Just
fam, and
the
they
people
always
gonna
gonna
come
come out,
out.
bro. There's a lot of artists that can't demand that, fam. There's a lot of artists that can't demand people coming out to like, you know what I mean? And I think Uzi, he's one of those guys who they come out to see him when he's out, bro. Like they come out to see that motherfucker, bro. You know what I mean?
Yes, yeah. I mean, yeah, I guess, but then for how long, fam?
Yeah, it's
Because it's
true.
all
It's true.
you see, the thing is, you see, I've realized what the difference is. See, the old heads, they talked about like, I guess they were into being more like mature about things. You know what I'm saying? They were into being more like grown about things because it's bad to be grown in it. But then,
Okay.
like these young guys, fam, they're so fixated on like childish shit. Even when a man's like 34, fam, 40, he's still talking about popping Molly and getting bitches and doing all the shit. It's like the old heads, by the times they got to them kind of ages, they like, you know what I'm saying? They're infiltrating a bit more of their actual real life into the bars, fam. So it might be talking about, oh yeah, I went to do a robbery or whatever, but then he'll say, you know what I'm saying, some shit, like some real life shit. Like, yo, I wish I hadn't did that because blah, 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 blah. Because maturity in it, it comes with the age of,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, nah, these young guys, fam, they stuck on that, fam. And they're going to be, yeah, it's like they're stuck on repeat. They're stuck on loop.
Mm.
Because we run those loops where we went to the club every other night and fucking did all this shit and did all that shit. But it runs out, you know what I mean? But like, yeah, these new eyes, fam, they don't think that shit will run out, fam. Which is fair.
Yeah.
But they'll have to understand that that shit does run out, fam. That's why Lil Pump was saying in the interview talking about, oh, y'all niggas think I'm just an ignorant fuck. But nah, man, I done learned, I done grew, man. I'm different. I'm better than I was before. I'm different now because I got them. yeah, when I was young, I was doing all kind of dumb shit. Yeah, of course you were, fam, because you were young, you ain't know no better. You know what I'm saying? And you ain't have people around you to tell you, oh yeah, chill out with that shit, because that's not good.
Mm. Mm.
But now, you know what I'm saying? They start to hit the 28s and 29s and shit. And like, a normal nigga would be like, oh, goddamn, I gotta like do something. I gotta change the way the shit is going. But like, yo, these niggas is in bubbles, fam. You know what I'm saying? You 18,
Yeah.
19, you now a millionaire. By the time you're like 21, 22, fam, if you still lit, fam, everybody goes to say nothing to you about no guidance and shit. He's a man
Yeah.
now, fam. You are
Who can
the
say shit
man
to you?
now, fam.
Who, if you've been a millionaire since you're 19, like who can talk to you now, bro? You know what I mean? Who can say anything to you, bro?
Because you're the
Because you lit.
man now, fam.
Mm.
And yeah, I think that's where the disconnection in translation is happening from. Because the
Yeah.
old niggas ain't trying to, you know what I'm saying, ain't trying to surround themselves with the old shit that they was in. So they saying to the young niggas, oh, yo, that's bullshit. But the young niggas is like, yo, y'all niggas ain't saying shit. Y'all niggas just doing the same shit.
Yeah.
So we
And
gonna
you're
see
just hating
for
on us,
ourselves.
innit? You're just hating on us, innit? Like,
That one, fam. Y'all just haters. No,
and there's
I
a
mean,
degree of that that's true.
yeah.
There's a degree of that is true.
Yeah,
But, and I think,
but
again, that's where
man,
disconnect comes in, innit? Like,
I think because of the way that it's being approached, you know what I mean? I think the way that it usually the subject gets broached, it's like, oh, let's not speak about that, or like, let's talk about something else, or like, why
yeah,
we
because it
gotta be
usually becomes
talking
like a
about,
confrontation type thing, innit?
yeah.
Shit's like race and politics now, innit?
For real, but I mean, it's been that, isn't it? It's just another wedge to divide from the young
Yeah,
versus the old.
yeah.
Like, yeah, nah, the young don't realize that they can learn from the old, and the old also don't realize that they can learn from the young too, fam.
For real,
So
bro.
if
For real,
everyone is
fam.
learning from each other, fam, it's like, yeah, everything lit, fam. We ain't gotta, like, trouble
But
each
both
other or
sides,
worry each other
both
about no
sides
this
think
and
they
that.
know everything, though,
Everybody,
innit?
that's the part,
Both sides
fam.
think they know it already, because the young ones are like, yo,
You know what I
we the ones
mean?
outside, we around this new shit, y'all is outdated, you don't get it.
Mm.
And the old ones is like, nah, we've lived, bro, and we've seen
Nah,
shit, bro, y'all
we've
don't get it
seen
because you
we've
ain't seen
seen
nothing yet.
all this, fam.
You know what I mean? It's like both sides think that they know it all, and what both sides have to
That's the
realize is
part,
that
fam.
you don't know it all, bro. There's always something to learn from everybody, fam. Like,
You don't know nothing. That's what both sides gotta realize, fam. You don't know nothing.
legit. Like,
Because you
actually.
thought you knew, fam. You even thought you knew you was where you were right now, fam. But you don't know where you are right now, fam.
Mm-hmm.
We somewhere in space in the ether somewhere, just floating along, fam, on a big ass rock, fam. And you think you know where
The
you are.
cosmos
My
in it.
nigga, man. Niggas swear up and down that the earth is flat or round or square or oblique or whatever. Man, y'all don't know nothing.
We don't know, fam. And that's it, in it. Like, niggas just know what they told, and like, the truth is, we don't have a fucking clue, bro. Like,
Nobody knows nothing out here, fam. That's what I'm saying.
yeah, legit. Blind leading the blind.
Man, them niggas. Yeah, I don't
But
know.
hey, man,
But yeah,
in a blind world,
the
the
young
one-eyed
niggas,
man is
fam.
king in it,
Man, so who's the one-eyed man, fam?
bro. The Gorgon, fam. The serpent, my G. Well, I don't know, bro. Like,
Yeah, nah. We all don't know who's king, fam. And we all want it to
yeah,
be us.
yeah,
That's what it is,
yeah.
fam. I'm the king now, fam. But then really, They ain't been the king, fam. They ain't been the king since y'all decided y'all didn't want God, fam. So they can't be a
Yeah,
king,
word.
because usually a king is ordained by God, right? So they
Was a
can't be a
king
king.
to God, but was a God to an unbeliever who don't
They don't
believe
believe
in
in anything.
anything.
Exactly. Exactly, fam. We all that, fam. We all non-believers now, fam, talking about kings and shit.
Word.
Shame.
Word.
Niggas, yeah. Motherfuckers don't even believe in the next nigga walking around in the street, fam. They're looking at that nigga like he had the food or he a threat, fam.
Yeah, for real.
You know what I
Nah,
mean?
for real.
And it's like, yeah, nah, y'all niggas gotta understand. You were the god, but now you've killed yourself and you're wondering why you're dying slowly inside, fam.
Your God is
No,
dead.
you killed yourself, fam.
Your God is
Yeah,
dead and you killed him.
yeah, you're the one that did that shit, fam. You can't even be mad at nobody else coming to tell you that, oh yeah, your God is dead. Because, yeah, you're the one that shot the arrow, fam.
Word.
You're the one
Word.
that shot the arrow, the one that killed off the man, fam. And now you want to be mad at someone else, fam. Yeah, don't be. Accept your new role as a creator, fam. That's all you got to
That's it.
do.
It's on you now, bro.
That's it. Just accept your shit, fam.
He protested. He said he didn't want that guy to be the boss anymore. And he said, fine,
True.
bro, do it yourself. And you got to do it now.
Yeah, so you can't be mad at the nigga for, you know what I'm saying, for abandoning the post and telling y'all niggas do what y'all want, because y'all niggas was doing what you wanted anyways, fam. Don't be mad at that nigga, fam.
Exactly. Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? But nah, that's mad. The AI thing is the crazy one, fam.
Yeah, for real,
Because
fam. And I think just,
that's where we came from, innit?
yeah. And I definitely think moving
Yeah.
forward, man, we're going to see it implemented into music a lot more. Maybe not in the conventional ways we may think, but we're definitely going to see it implemented into music. Like,
You know what? Yeah, based on what I'm seeing, yeah, I see that.
how would they not?
Based on
Based on what they've been doing, bro, how could they not see this thing and take full advantage of it, bro? Like,
man, because even when you start digging down into the bolts and the nuts of it, it's like, yo, this is business, fam. And if AI
yeah,
can make a hit every single time, fuck, we need these little dumbass human people eyes for, fam. We don't need the niggas, fam.
to complain
All we
about
need
their
is the
contracts and
music,
shit.
fam.
You
You
know
know what
who's
I'm
never going to
saying? All
complain
we
about
need
their
is the
contract? AI, fam.
yeah, the AI, fam. They ain't never gonna say nothing about nothing, fam. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think we're definitely
So
going
I
to
get
see
it,
that
man. It's business.
into music.
Business is business, but again, I think at some point the people will reject it.
I could see that. I could see that. But I think it would have to get to that point, though. I think they will first accept it before they reject it. Because I think it will be slowly integrated. Like, again, even just look at how some people, like, again, I'm saying certain names. It's not to disrespect, but it's like, even take someone like a Lizzo, for example, or a Billie Eilish, for example. Someone who you never heard of and then you couldn't stop hearing of. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah,
And it's like, I understand that, sometimes people are only popular in their kind of circle. Like, I get that. But when someone reaches certain levels of stardom, it's like, nah, I would have heard of you before. Like, if this was a genuine organic thing,
at the very least, I would
because you
have
don't,
heard about you.
because it's like being a billionaire, in it. You don't just go from making like 20 racks a year to making $1 billion a year. It doesn't work like that. Do you know what I mean? It's like,
Nah,
if the thing's organic, it's going to be a gradual rise, and I'm going to hear of you or about you at some point. Do you get what I mean? So it's like the
at
same thing.
least once, fam.
At least once, bro. At least one thing. Even if I'm not into your shit or whatever, I'm going to at least hear about you, bro. Like, Ariana Grande, whatever you say about her, bro. Like, I remember watching Nickelodeon and seeing her as a kid on the Nickelodeon show. Like, I remember that. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah,
So it's like, okay, like you came from somewhere, we have like a point of reference type shit. But it's
Yeah.
like, and now they kind of just, they'll just, like that was his name,
Yeah,
Vori or
anyone
something,
from
or
anywhere,
Rory?
fam.
That guy who just came out and said, like, yeah, I was an industry plant, bro. Like, I was like fully, like, that's literally what I was, bro. It's
But
like,
then that guy, that same Rory guy, if it's the same guy that I'm thinking, yeah, I'd been listening to his music for some time, fam. Before he popped up on like the mainstream radar, as it were. Like,
right.
I was kind of surprised to even see man like in the same like, I guess, I don't know, conversations, rooms or whatever. I don't know. I was kind of surprised, like, oh shit, it's my man. Can't believe it. How's he got there?
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like,
Yeah.
again, I think just these days, they're a lot more comfortable saying, like, yo, if we put an investment behind somebody, we're just going to do it. We're not even going to try and make it look like a not. Because before, when they would break an artist, they would try to make the artist look like they're on some sort of come up. That's like the Drake, J. Cole era. Like,
Yeah.
the people to see the come up, that's kind of part of the mythology. You know what I mean? Like, nowadays, bro, like, you don't even need to see the come up, my nigga. Like,
But
if you
okay, come
lit,
up,
we
fam.
can put you in
If
front
you
of
lit,
5,000 people tomorrow that are all gonna scream and shit. Like, we can do that, bro.
man,
You know what I mean?
today, fam. Tomorrow, that's late, fam. We need to make money tonight, fam.
Like,
Today.
and they gonna scream and shit, and we're gonna record this and put this up, and you lit, bro. We're gonna plug you into the shit. Do you get what I mean? And it's
One
like, I
time,
think
fam.
they're a lot more comfortable just doing that now, just buying their way forward, because people accept it. Because again, my argument about have we been listening to AI music, even if you take it out of the hip hop realm, you go into the pop world and shit. I'm not gonna diss Lizzo. I'm not gonna say anything about her. But there's a lot of people that like her music, bro. Whatever you may feel about it, there's
Yeah.
people that like. I know people personally that tell me like, yeah, like I listen to that shit. I was like, oh, I
Be
shit.
honest, fam. Yeah, I was gonna
Fair
say
enough.
I have never listened to her music, so I couldn't really say anything for or against. You know
Neither
what I
have
mean?
I. Do you get what I mean? But it's like when you speak to people in the world and you have these discussions and shit, and people are like, oh no, like yeah, like I like some of her shit. Da, 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 da. It's like even if this is an industry plant
Shit,
thing,
raise my eyebrows, fam.
they got people to believe in it. Even if you and I, and maybe people like you and I don't believe in it, they got enough people to believe in it. And now she up. Do you get what I mean? And it's as simple as that. Really, there's enough people who aren't as interested in the artistry as how it looks. And as long as we can make it look a certain way, then we can plug some people in, you know what I mean? And it's like,
Then we lit, fam.
they'll be lit, you know what I mean?
It's one of them. Oh yeah, the music industry is. It's a funny old business, fam.
To say the least.
It's a funny old business, fam. Because the niggas that you thought was the cool niggas, fam. They're not the
It's
cool
the
niggas, fam.
corniest niggas in the world, innit?
Yeah, it's them corny niggas, fam, wearing the goddamn, yeah, the shit that you'd be like, that's corny. Why would anyone ever wear that? Yeah, nah, that's their style, fam.
I just mean
That's
as
their
people, bro,
style
like
right there, fam.
some of the niggas that you think
Huh?
is the coolest niggas on earth, bro. Like some of these people come across as the
Yeah,
coolest people in ever, bro.
that's
Like
what I mean, fam.
you meet them in
Why
real
would
life and they
anyone?
fucking cornballs, bro. Like they just playing a
Yeah,
role, you know what I mean?
why would anyone ever wear that like on themselves? Do you know what I mean? Like, why would anyone ever like move like that or be like that or act like that, talk like that? No, they do, fam. Because it's peas, fam. That's why
Jeez, fam.
anyone would do anything like that, fam.
Run the bread in
That's
it.
peas, fam. One time, fam. I need all that. I need all that. Goddamn. Don't mind me, guys. I'm just prepping for later when we're done.
I said prepping for later, you know.
Yeah. I'm just prepping for later when we're done.
Shit, man.
Yeah, should do it. Yeah. Am I live still?
Yeah, you here.
Cool. But nah, yeah, he's one of them. Yeah. The kids is fucked from. Basically, it's what we're saying
In a
without
nutshell,
saying
innit?
it. From.
To summarize the whole thing, yeah.
Basically. Yeah, no, the kids are fucked from. Them niggas ain't got no hope. We barely had the hope, and it's not looking easy for us to make it out.
I mean, I'll say this, yeah. Tupac said, "A rose will always grow from the concrete," in it, and I do believe that energy will always exist. It's just, it's going to be a lot more difficult. It's going to be a lot more difficult. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, no,
in
it's
the
gonna be.
difficulty, though, when something cuts through, music, culturally, whatever it may be, when something cuts through, it will really cut through, though, because it's going to be so much more difficult to cut through like that. You know what I mean?
But then it's peak though, because like, how will they know that it really cut through? Like, how will they know that it wasn't the AI or the labels that made it cut through? Do you know what I mean? Like, that's the
I think there will be certain things where you'll be able to tell the difference. I think there'll be certain things that will just, it'll be like undeniable in it. It's like, who's the last example of that I can think of? Again, not even to make it like that, but in a microcosm said, like Pop Smoke, like
yeah.
when something was just organic, and whether it was your thing or not, like there was something there that started making shit really move. Like that's what I think will happen. Like when you start to see industry moving around certain shit, it's like, yeah, there's something happening with that. Like again, I'm not going
There's
to mention
something
Pop
there.
Smoke, but it's like that nigga essentially put drill into the mainstream. Like essentially, do you get what I mean? Like he
What?
kind of made drill possible to be mainstream shit. You
Ladies
know what I
and
mean? Like, it's like,
gentlemen, this is the Pop Smoke Show.
because that would need like its own proper time. Do you get me? But it's like, because that was always the conversation before, and the conversation before was always like, yeah, even if you like this drill shit, like it can only ever go so far. It can only, there's a ceiling to it. It
Yeah,
can't go past this point because X,
and
Y, Z.
I still think that. I think we're getting to the end of it now.
Wait till you hear
Contrarian,
some of
maybe.
this shit, bro. Wait till you hear some of this new
Huh?
shit, bro. Wait till you hear some of this new shit, bro.
No, but I just mean like in terms of as a movement or as like a
Yeah.
counterculture, right? It's gonna be
Yeah.
the cool thing, and then it's not gonna be the cool thing anymore. You know what I mean?
Because they've already industried out. You know what I mean? They've already like made it that now they're like,
Yeah,
again, not to make it one of those things, but like there's like white drill rappers now. Like it's like there was a sketch on Channel 4 about like drill rappers and shit, like a comedy sketch. Like it's kind of the culture of drill and like tracksuit culture and stuff, like say UK sides. It's like it's
yeah,
infiltrated enough where you've got white people on TikTok saying push you, and like, you know what I mean? Like I told you that time I was in London, innit? And it was like them
such
kids talking.
things.
And then I looked and it was like a
Yeah,
Japanese looking you. And it was like, oh shit, bro, like he talking like fucking top boy, bro. Like, you know what I mean? It's just like I think
that's
it's
the
so
mandem right there.
permeated. Yeah, that's Mandem, bro. And he'll tell me he's more Mandem than I am, bro, because he's from London, bro. Like in his eye, like I can't tell him nothing. I'm from London, bro. But anyway, it's
Nah,
like I think the
you're not
same
even
way.
from there, fam.
I think the same way that it's permeated kind of youth culture, because it's not just the music in it; it's kind of the culture around the music. I think
Yeah, the whole kind of shtick, as it were.
whatever that culture moves to next, the culture will just move to that type of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But I'll be honest with you, and I know this is the complete opposite way around. Like, but because I was saying what you were saying before. I was saying, bro, this shit is gonna run out soon. Like this shit can't go any longer. And you were like, nah, bro, trust me, there's something here. You're saying obviously it has its thing in that, and I'm saying honestly, bro, I think this thing's gonna be here for a lot longer than I originally did. Like I think, like you know how trap was here for like 10 years. Like I can see drill having a run like that. I can see drill going through ups and downs and really good periods and really shit periods, but I can see it being here. Like I can see it.
You know, I would agree with you. Ordinarily. But I don't know, man. I feel like it took I don't know. It felt like it took a lot longer for mainstream to accept that other shit. So like the whole time when mainstream was not accepting that shit is like that's the duration of the thing's run, right? Like trap, for instance. But as soon as trap like got seized by the mainstream, and then these men started doing dubstep over that shit, it's like, yeah, nah, this is over with nothing.
But it wasn't
like,
over
dubstep
though.
was like
Trap still lived for like quite a while after that though.
Yeah, but not long though, fam. And as soon as the next viable thing came along, it's like, yeah, on to that, fam. There's something about becoming the dominant culture here that, I don't know, it just, I think hip hop is a bit of an anomaly like that, where like it's managed to maintain its like authority.
Do you want to know why? Because hip hop still, to certain degrees, like remains, there's like a counterculture element to it. Even though it's been prostituted in a lot of ways and shit, like there are still elements of what we call hip hop that still consist of counterculture. Do you get what I mean? And I think for any sort of genre to take off like that culturally, it has to have an element of counterculture to it. It has to have an element of rebellion to it, an element of going against the grain type shit. Again, and that's why the rock and roll thing kind of died out, because them niggas started getting money and they didn't want to rage that much no more. They didn't want to mash the place up because now this shit's expensive. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like now,
that's their shit now, fam. Yeah, they own that shit now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like, nah, actually, I don't want to just break the guitar now because fucking like, yo, this is like a $20,000 guitar, bro. Like, do you get what I mean? It's a whole different entity, and it's like I think,
or not even that, yeah, because like they up money wise now. It's like, yo, this is the guitar that I opened Glastonbury with. I'm not gonna trash this shit.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
But you built your audience on trashing, and that's what they want to see. They want to see you trash the shit. Do you know what I mean? And it's like when you kind of get out of that counterculture element, that's when it becomes a bit corny. When they feel comfortable doing skits about you, like online on Saturday Night Live and shit like that. When it gets to those sort of realms where like white people feel comfortable doing it, and not like all white people. I mean white people that exist outside of any of this shit. Like when they feel comfortable saying pussy and wagwan, and like when it becomes that's when it becomes antiquated, you know what I mean? That's when it becomes like, it's old now. It's like Facebook, It's when all the parents and the adults and shit got on Facebook, it's like, this is long now, innit? Like,
that's done now, that's finished.
That's their thing now, innit? Like, let them have that sort of shit. And Twitter's going to be the same thing for us, you know, bro. I think it already is, to be fair.
Yeah.
I think like the younger generation than us, their thing is Snapchat. Like, that's what they on, bro. Like, I barely use Snapchat. You know what I mean? But that's like they...
I mean, I can't really... That's like their daily use.
Yeah, bro. Like again, my guy Brandon, like, obviously, he's younger and shit. And... he like that's his daily shit, as you said. Like his thing is Snapchat, but he has a Twitter account, but he's never used it. He's never like thinged it. He just kind of has it and shit. And it's like, bro, like
just for the
like, that's their thing. That's their thing, bro. And at a certain point, Snapchat's going to become a cool thing, and there'll be something else. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Because who would have ever thought that Bebo would be a dead thing? Or MySpace would be a dead thing.
I was never on
Fam,
Bebo, you know. I was never on
were you
Bebo, you know.
not, fam? Swear down. Where
Nah,
were you, fam?
where was I? I don't know.
Yeah.
I missed the Bebo with like MySpace,
Damn,
yeah.
Holmes.
MySpace, yeah, but like Bebo, I'd never and all my people said that to me. I was like, yo, you didn't have a Bebo fam, but like I never got on that one. I knew about it and shit,
Man,
but it was never my thing.
that's crazy. I think you were stronger than the rest of us, fam. Yeah, we all got sucked into that shit, fam. And MSN, MBB, and what was it? BBM, BBM,
Yeah, no,
messages, fam.
I was on
Yeah,
BlackBerry
all
Messenger,
that,
bro. Don't
fam.
fuck about. I was,
Bomba clock. Yeah.
yeah. No, I used to do work on there, bro. Yeah, I used to do work on BlackBerry, fam. You think I was
Yeah,
a
no, that
technician?
was
Yeah, I used to do work on BlackBerry, but with like the broadcast messages and that. Yeah, no, I used to go crazy, fam.
yeah, that
That
was
was
the
Twitter before
settings,
Twitter,
fam.
bro. I used to go crazy on that shit, fam.
Trust me, fam. That was the settings, fam.
Mm.
So you get home from work, get home from school. I'm saying you just have your little food, go to the computer, sit down, because it's still dial up these times, isn't it? You dial it up, I'm saying, all that. And then, yeah, your people's there. Their messages just popping in from,
But
yeah, shit. I know I just saw you from school, but yo, go on.
well, go on.
that's that's why I don't think now, yeah. If ever I was to go back and be like 15-year-old me, I don't think I'd survive them.
Yeah. It'd be a
Because
mad
it's
thing.
like, why am I saying more gone to you again, fam? I just saw you like an hour ago. You know
Yeah,
what I
and
mean?
I had nothing left to
Like,
say to you with
what?
it, like.
Yeah, like, blood, we've been talking all day, fam. What is there left to say, fam? But, yeah. Them man who do the webcam things and that,
All
the good old days. Yeah, the good old days. I remember
oh,
looking
fuck
at
hell, bro.
them cameras, like the cameras that you like clip onto your screen and shit, and
Yeah.
it
The
would
little
like sit
mini
on top of
tripod
your
thing.
screen. Yeah, all that fun. It'll sit on top of your screen, looking down and shit. I remember looking at that and thinking, why, this is like the height of technology, fam. How could anything ever get better than this, fam?
Yeah, legit. Yeah, legit. That was some
I'm
like
looking at
Buzz
my
Lightyear
bedroom,
shit in it.
innit? Blood, I'm looking at my brethren. He's at his house. I'm at my house right now, yeah. He's showing me something right now in real time, fam.
And I could see it.
Blood, this is the future we live in right here, fam.
Jetsons in it.
Yeah, trust me. And then, the Jetsons turned into the Flintstones real quick, fam.
Real
I
quick.
said, iPhone, man, get the fuck out of here with that bullshit.
But
iPod? Where iPod? What's that, fam? Walkman? What is that where you and your peoples go for a walk, fam? You go pick them through them.
man said pause walk, man, but like nah, I ain't walking no man. Pause in it.
Yeah, pause, fam. Yeah, type of shit,
Oh,
fam.
fucking hell. Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Wow.
Yeah, man. Aye, but bro, I think we did it though, fam. I think we did it, bro. I think we did
Yeah,
it
you
again,
think we
bro.
did it? Yeah, I'ma just shut it like this. I'ma just put one more little leg out there.
Mm.
So for weeks and weeks now, they've been saying, "Oh yeah, Trump about to get arrested. Trump about to get arrested."
Yeah.
It's been all over the news. Oh, he might get arrested, and then when it actually happens, nothing, because it's been indicted now, and there's ain't been no news about that shit. Saw that shit on Twitter. I said, "What? For real?" Yeah, he's
Yeah,
been
yeah,
indicted.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, for paying off a porn star.
Yeah, with the campaign money in it.
Man,
But I was
man.
listening to a podcast
Why they
though,
did it? Oh.
and the guy was basically saying on there like there's bare shit they can go after him on, but like out of all of the shit, that's the weakest shit. Do you get what I mean? Like he's gonna be able to get out of that
so
shit.
that's like the.
You know what I mean?
So like you're saying that they're letting him escape. Is that what my mum was saying?
They not gonna send an ex-president to jail. I can't see it. If this was 10, 15 years in the future, maybe. They not sending no ex-president who was the president less than 5 years ago to jail, blood. Like in jail, nah, they're not doing it. Because the whole thing comes crumbling down. Because then what do you expect the people to believe in? Because the people have already accepted that all of these politicians are like bullshit in it. They've already accepted it's bullshit and it's dumb and it's whatever. But none of these niggas ain't never gone to jail, blood. And that's the whole thing. It's like, oh, they always get away with stuff and da-da-da-da-da. But I promise you, bro, if one of these motherfuckers who was a president or a prime minister or one goes to fucking jail, bro, shit's gonna get really
it sets a new precedent, right? It sets a new precedent, but then
it sets a whole new precedent.
It's you know, the issue with that is that it's Trump and it's Trump. Motherfuckers is like, oh yeah, he schemed his way into the system anyways, and then yeah. So like to the average whoever that's watching and they just see him, it's like, oh snap, he did come and disrupt the status quo. That's why he is going to jail. He's the only president that's ever gone to jail for any dumb shit that he did. You see it? It's because he didn't came to. You get it? So it's all part of the play for them.
I hear that, but I think it's the same reason why they stopped killing like conspiracy theorists and whistleblowers. Because take a guy like Alex Jones, yeah, and again, whatever you think about him, whatever. But his whole thing is like he basically is like a conspiracy theorist guy. He tells you these things the government's doing. Some of the shit is valid. Some of the shit maybe not be valid. Cool, whatever. But what I'm saying is someone like that, yeah. If you kill a guy like that, you galvanize his audience because you prove the point. With people like that now and things like that, what they more so do now is just make it radioactive. So make it so that you like, yo, this person's so fucked up that if you fuck with anything they say, then you fucked up. It's the Ye effect, the Andrew Tate effect. It's all the sort of things in it. Because if they just come and murk Andrew Tate now, say if they just come and murk Andrew Tate, his audience is going to riot in the streets because it proves everything that he said. That means everything he said was true. The better way to handle it is make this guy so toxic, so radioactive, so fucked up perception-wise that people are shamed into not fucking with this person. Like, do you get what I mean? We can't have people feel emboldened to fuck with this person. So now, if you go and say to somebody like, you know what, I heard this guy talking about this thing and like, I kind of heard what he was saying on this. Oh, you like Andrew Tate? But nah, he's this, he's that, and he's fucking this, and he's that, and he's that. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it's the thing I used to say about R. Kelly's music. Granted, is R. Kelly a piece of shit from the things that he's supposed to have done? Absolutely, bro.
Yeah, for sure.
Behind that, he has to wear that because, But am I going to tell you that R. Kelly's music is trash? I'm not going to tell you that, bro, because it's not trash, bro. Because it's not, fam. Like,
it's amazing.
Because it's fucking amazing, bro. Do you get what I mean? That doesn't mean that I co-sign this nigga. That doesn't mean that I fuck with shit like that. This is not somebody I would even talk to in real life, bro. Do you get what I mean? But I couldn't say because I don't fuck with the person, their music is shit. It's the same thing with a lot of these people. It's like they try to make someone so radioactive that if you see validity or agree with any part of it, then you also a piece of shit. It's the Trump effect. It's the Trump thing, bro. It's like if you go and say to somebody, you know what, I kind of fuck with Trump on this, you know, they're going to look at you a certain way. Even if you're able to explain yourself, it's because there's a programming that's been done to make this guy super radioactive, bro. I remember when every rapper in the world was this nigga's best friend, bro. They were saying this nigga's name in verses. He was in music videos with nigga. Like, I remember when they loved this nigga, bro. And I'm not
Yeah, the
saying
New
that
York
people
niggas
aren't
got
allowed
that
to
nigga
change
thing.
how they feel, because people are allowed to change how they feel. If someone does some fucked up shit, you can dislike. I get that, innit? But I'm saying the way it is now is like you can't see any valid thing about this person or anything they say, because then that means that you co-sign all the fucked up shit that they do. When really that's
Yeah,
not
and the one
the
girlfriend.
case. Like, if you're having a conversation with Trump and he tell you 2+2 is 4, hypothetically, and you say, you know what, he was right about that. Oh, so you think he was right? So then you agree with it? That's like, no,
Ah,
no,
so
no, no,
you
no,
must
no,
agree
no.
with him touching ladies in the pussy
No, I'm
and
just saying, like, he said
whatnot.
2+2 was 4, and it is 4, like that. That in itself is a true thing, in it. But the way
Yeah,
it's radicalized now, it's like,
yeah.
if you agree with it, it's like
You must be
testimony
one
in
of them
court.
by the pussy grabbers, fam. So yeah,
Exactly.
you one of them
It's like
niggas, fam.
testimony in court. It's like if they can find any fault with any part of the testimony, they can throw out the whole testimony. But
The
do you get what I
whole thing,
mean?
fam,
If you lied at
is
any
null and
point in
void.
this shit, even if it was one little white lie, if you lied at any point, we can
Yeah,
get this
null and
whole
void,
thing
fam.
dashed out. But do you get what I mean? And it's like it's a
Just like
kind of
that.
concept like that, man. So nah, I don't think they send in no nigga like Trump to jail. I think they'll find a way to bury him, maybe. I don't mean kill him. I mean just fees
Yeah,
and fucking litigation, and they'll find a way to run him into the ground. I can see that. But they ain't putting no nigga like they ain't putting Trump in jail, because I think that, and I don't know this, I just think, but I think that he knows where some of the bodies are buried. And I think in
man.
very coded language, he said to them, dog, if y'all come and get me, I'm not going out like Epstein, bro. Like, brother, like, all we've ever seen
Can't
about
find
this
a
guy
guy, fam.
is self-preservation. He is like a cockroach, bro. Like, he just refuses to die. Even when shit looks the
Yeah,
worst, he's gonna come out there and tell you that he's winning and they lying and did it. Like, I think he knows where some
yeah.
of the bodies are buried, and if they
All
try
that,
and put
not
him in
some of them.
jail, he'll just start putting the messages out there. I think he's got what do they call that thing? Is it like a doomsday button, or the
Yeah,
thing where
doomsday
basically, like,
button.
if somebody kills me, press this
Mutually
button
assured
and send me.
destruction type shit. Yeah,
Yeah. I think he got some shit like that set up where it's like, yo, y'all know that I know some fuck shit. And I'm a fucked up nigga too, so I don't give a fuck in it. Like, I'm fucked up too. Let's do the fucked up shit. But if y'all come and get me, I'ma tell them that y'all did the fucked up shit too. Like, I think it's some shit like that. You know what I mean? But I can't see them putting no ex-president in jail, bro. Like, nah, I can't. I can't see that. The only way I'll be able to see that is if Ye become president in 2024. If Ye become president, then they'll put him in jail.
man said if
Because
he become president of, yeah, they
because
probably
then
will.
because then anything could happen in it. Because then all bets are off the table. Do you get what I mean? Because as far as we know of this guy this year, he anti-Semitic and, you know what I mean, this and that and all that sort of
Yeah,
stuff. So if he
and all
run
the
and he
bullshit that they
win,
have
then
said.
all bets are off the table, bro. Anybody can do everything from, like, it don't matter from, you know
Well,
what I mean? But
there's supposed to be that thing of like Trump to be the last president of the United States, in it, via that book that what's
oh
his
yeah,
name,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Ingersoll something he wrote in like the 1800s or whatever, and
Yeah,
now
yeah,
shit's
yeah, yeah.
matching up. You know what I mean? It's like, and then you find out that like that same Ingersoll guy that wrote that book is actually like man's uncle, great uncle, or something like that.
Oh,
Great
swear down.
something. Yeah, like they related, didn't it? Just like the prophecy might could be delivering itself right there, fam.
Hey,
The prophecy might could be delivering itself, and really, he might could legit be the last president of the United States, fam, for real, fam.
potentially, bro. Potentially, man. Shit.
Mm. It's like, yeah,
Yeah.
all this shit. It's like a big game of smoke and mirrors. I always say this to everyone here when they're like, oh yeah, because somebody was basically talking about Jeremy Corbyn the other day. Listen, guys, don't get on my case about this shit. Like, these man, innit? It's these man's problems, fam. So, like, yeah, whenever, like, all that shit is happening, it's not because I'm saying it that it's happening. It's because it's happening that I'm saying it. You know what I'm saying? All these men are friends, fam. They all got businesses together. They all got vested interest in the same type shit. Their families is in the same shit. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing to do with just because I've said, oh yeah, these men are related or these men are doing business together, so I don't trust them. Like, yeah, cool. Maybe that might be my own reasoning. But like, really, I mean, if you're an astute player in the game, or at least are aware of the game that's happening, you might not even be, you know what I mean? But if you know that this game is being played and somebody's coming up to you and telling you, oh yeah, this is one of the characters in the game, don't be mad at me, fam. I'm just telling you, it's one of the characters in the game, you know what I'm saying? I didn't make them be the characters in the game.
You didn't put them in the game. Like,
I didn't tell them niggas to be bankers and do fucking finance degrees and shit. They did that shit by themselves. I didn't tell them niggas to go to the same school. Yeah, they all went to the same school of their parents' volition, I guess. But yeah, they all been in the same circle since they was teens, not because of decisions I made or shit that I said. It's because they're people's fam.
It's like footballers, bro. You know what I mean? A lot of these footballers that play against each other, like they're brethren, fam. Like they know each other from youth academy.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, because they all were the same youth academy training under the same coach who told them the same shit.
You know what I mean? And it's like that
so
type
don't be
of
mad,
shit.
fam. Jeremy Corbyn, one of them niggas too, fam. He got the crooked tie just like your man Bojo, but like, yeah, nah.
Yeah, nah, I'll be honest with you, bro.
It's the same shit,
like,
fam.
Just in terms of discernment and shit, my spirit has never taken to that man, bro. Like, it's not a fucking thing or whatever. Like, but I understand that he, on paper, if I'm supposed to root for any of those guys, on paper, I'm supposed to root for him.
He's supposed to be the guy, right?
But my spirit has never taken to him. But like, every time I see him, it's like, yo, y'all can't see the evil on this nigga, fam. Y'all can't look at this nigga and see evil, bro. Like, and that might just be a fucked up thing to say. I don't know. But like, yeah, my spirit.
Yeah, but if you see it, then you see it. Do you know what I mean? You can't unsee what you've seen.
Bruh, like, not even to try and make it funny and shit, yeah. But it's like, if he was in the middle of an interview and he just turned into like a winged demon with horns and a pitched foot, like a forked tongue and shit, like, I can see that. It's like I'm looking at him and I can see him transforming into a demon. Like I can see it, bro. Like they talk about reptilians and shit. And I'm not trying to sound fucked up to the guy. I don't know the guy in it. I'm just saying. I look at my man, and he does not look like a good guy to me. He doesn't look like somebody your spirit should take to.
You get the heebies in it.
Yeah, bro, for real.
The heebies in it. Trust me, fam. Yeah, nah, all them niggas, fam. And then niggas got the goddamn goal to come up to me and be asking me about some Rishi Sunak, fam. Man, y'all niggas better leave me alone with that bullshit, fam.
Yeah. I heard niggas say like, yo, this is like Obama, fam. Like it's the first. You know what I mean? It's
where, fam? Where, brother, Obama? Where, fam?
Brother, allow me, bro. Allow it, fam.
Y'all niggas gotta stop it. Stop with that bullshit.
Yeah, allow it, fam. You know what I mean? He not for y'all, fam. Let me say that. He for the people he for, like, bro. Like
it's just like that other black lady that they had put, and she was the minister of what? I can't even remember what she was the minister of.
Oh yeah,
this is historic. This is great. And then she was like, yeah, all the niggas that's coming over here in these boats and shit, yeah,
fuck all of them, bro. Like fuck all of them.
And then she also was like, oh, y'all niggas that came here in the 50s, yeah, cut them niggas off.
Yeah, send them back, bro. Fuck them too, but like, yeah, she's going crazy, fam. You know what I mean?
it's like at some point you gotta see like this is the game. It's a big game. It's a big board, fam. And it's not really about black and white. See, once you get past looking at the shit like it's black and white, like, oh yeah, these black people or these white people are trying to do like it's that's stupid, fam. That's under that's so far away from like the core of the thing. It's like on the surface, there's black bits and there's white bits. When you go deeper into the core of the thing, it's like it's all the same shit. It's like it's green, right? And then you go deeper still, and then you start seeing, oh shit, it's blue, fam. You know what I'm saying? It's deeper than the divisions that we've got, like that are like right in our face, black, white, Muslim, Christian, Hindu, Jew, whatever other dumb shit. It's like it's further than that. You know what I mean? It's like these people know the things that you should know in order for you to grow your spirit, and they use it for themselves, and they use you and your energy to grow their spirit. Do you get it? Yeah. Like they siphoning your energy, in order for them to fulfill some kind of like a goal that they've got that's gonna further their spirit in terms of like graduating from this shit, fam. And it's like, yo, how y'all ain't see that, fam? They're using your energy, fam. They're using you, fam.
And winning off it, you know what I mean?
And man, and you sitting there scratching your head thinking, dog, when am I ever gonna win, fam? You're not, fam. It's not built like that. It's not built like that, my G.
Yeah,
it's built more. It's built more like one person can win, and 8 million can lose them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not about like I'm this or that's cool and everything, but like shit. That's not even the shit that makes any difference around here, fam, to be honest with you.
That's not even like the fourth most important thing, you know what I mean? Like
no, not even close, fam. Not even close, fam.
For real. But nah, bro. We did it to them, man. We gave it to them, bro.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
We didn't kick their ass this time again.
Yeah. They got it, bro. I thought I was gonna come here and talk about a lot more fuck shit, but I'm glad that it went the way it went. You know what I mean? Like it's you know what I mean?
So it was a good episode from a couple eyes opened and that. You know what I'm saying? People are listening.
Nah, legit.
My eyes been open from good.
Nah. For real, man, it's good stuff, man. It's good stuff. So again, I just want to thank all the people, you know what I mean, that tune in and listen each and every week. You know what I mean? There's a couple voice notes in there that we didn't get to. You know what I mean? Big up to y'all still. We appreciate y'all. Again, if you're listening on stereo, make sure you go to the link, follow, subscribe to the YouTube page, catch all the past episodes and all the weekly episodes on there. If you're listening on YouTube, you know what it is already. Hit subscribe. You're already there. Do the thing. Bless up the man. Yeah, man, I want to just thank my guy, Will, you know what I mean, for making the time, you know what I mean, to come and just drop some bombs on us and shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, thank you, my bro. Thank you again, fam. This was more than a pleasure, fam.
Yeah, no, this is a good episode, man. Yeah, this is a good episode, man. Good conversation.
I can also get to learn things and things. It's good.
Yeah, nah, for real. But nah, man. Again, it's myself, Drizz. You know what it is. This is the OnlyMans podcast, episode 95. You know what I'm going to ask you to do, bro? I'm asking you to hit that mute so we can hit this shit one time. You know what I mean? Then we're going to get out of here, shit. You know what I mean?
Let me hit that mute real quick.
Yo! Woo! Hey, shout out to Secret Life of Will. Drizz OnlyMans podcast. Yeah. OnlyMans podcast. Man, this shit for real. Hey. Man, this shit for real. OnlyMans podcast. Man, this shit for real. Yeah. Man, this shit too good. Only Man podcast talking about some man shit. Ain't nobody playing around. These niggas like Marilyn Manson. Damn, man, my diamonds be dancing. Talking about investments, romance, man shit, yeah, man shit, yeah. None of that he say bullshit. Whoa, man shit, yeah, man shit, yeah. Hey, real man in demand, bitch. Hey, yeah.
You know what it is already. The OnlyMans podcast, episode 95. I need to send that shit to you and see how much you can clean that up, man. For real.
Yeah, no,
Like,
send me that, fam. Send me that.
yeah. I need to send that through to you, man. Like, yeah, that shit's such a wave, bro. But now, people, until we speak next, man, episode 95, make sure you go back and listen to this shit if you ain't listening to it right now. Peace, love, and blessings. I want to thank you again, my brother. You know what I mean? And we shall speak soon.
All right, peace, love, and blessings, my bro.
All right, peace, love, blessings, prosperity, all of that. Stay safe, stay blessed, stay up. You know what I mean? And we can speak soon, broski.
And you as well, my bro.
All right, man. Peace.
Peace.